Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku became the ultimate radioactive Spider-Man. Here is short summary. Once Izuku Midoriya was a child with no quirk, mocked for trying to become a hero. But all that changed when he got bit by a radioactive man spider which gave him powers like no other. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. December 23rd, Friday, school. There were lots of chats regarding the mysterious new hero amongst the students, but everyone also had another topic in regards to this day. For today was the last opportunity before the winter holidays. They were celebrating the birthday of the president herself, Sayuri, but her actual birthday was on the 25th of December. Being the most popular girl in her school, she was showered with gifts from all of her classmates' admirers. And of course, every person wanted to gain her friendship and be more favorable in her eyes. "Here you go, Sayuri," said a student passing a medium-sized purple gift-wrapped box. "Happy birthday to our queen," said another student whilst carrying a large box. "I've made this for you. I hope you enjoy it," said another student presenting a large triple-layered cake with white frosting, strawberries, chocolate decorations, and to top it off, a cute chibi Sayuri model on top. Sayuri was sat on her desk as she was getting showered with gifts and treats. She was never one for gifts and attention, but being born into an incredibly rich family and having an incredible quirk, she was the star of the school. Even with the tiniest of achievements, it became a reason for celebration. "Goodness, when will the school period end? I just wish to go home today," thought Sayuri as she looked away from everyone and turned her attention to Izuku. He was studying and picked up his items as he was getting ready to leave. Sayuri realized that Bakugo and Izuku were the only ones who didn't give her a gift. But it didn't matter to her because the most important event was waiting for her at home. Her family were some of the busiest people in Japan because they had so many business meetings to attend to in literal days and were in charge of one of the most successful technology businesses ever, MechQuest. However, Sayuri's birthday was one of the only days where they refused to take any form of business meetings and spend time with their daughter. Sayuri would always cook for her family and she would enjoy whatever time they could spend together. But upon seeing Izuku leaving the class, Sayuri looked away and gently clenched her fist. After class, everybody made their way home since it was extremely cold, and with the news of the kidnapped children, the students just wanted to be home with their family. Izuku was rushing away, wearing his thick All Might jumper and beanie. All Might told him that since it was the winter period that they should practice on specific days. However, Izuku, being Izuku, decided to continue training regardless of the weather. Sayuri just watched as the young boy rushed away, realizing that he didn't actually speak to her all day or wish her a happy birthday. But that became of little relevance as she waited for her ride to go home. "I wonder what mother and father would like to have tonight. Perhaps some Wagyu beef for father and lightly smoked Tsar Nikolai smoked salmon for mother. I will need to ask Charles to help me attain them. I shall also need some fresh ingredients. Perhaps I can." Sayuri smiled at the thought of being able to cook for her loved ones and spend some quality time on her birthday. Just then a long limousine drove in front of the school, catching everyone's attention. Sayuri was smiling because she was expecting to happily greet her father. However, an elderly gentleman wearing a black butler outfit with white hair exited the vehicle. "Good afternoon, young mistress," greeted the elderly butler as he bowed to Sayuri. She replied in the same manner and bowed back to him. "Charles, good afternoon to you too. May I ask where my father is?" asked Sayuri as she tried to look inside the limousine in hopes of finding her father. Charles, however, took a deep breath before turning his attention to Sayuri. "Young mistress, forgive me, but I'm afraid I have some news regarding your family," replied Charles in a nervous manner. "Yes." Sayuri stopped and slowly turned her attention to Charles while replying in a cold tone. "There was an emergency meeting required by the military for both Oscorp and MechQuest. So therefore, your parents will be unable to accompany you tonight. They send you their deepest apologies and regret that they cannot make it tonight. explained Charles as he gently bowed to Sayuri. Sayuri was speechless. She gripped her bag tightly due to her frustration, but she had no intention of showing it. As she finally exhaled her breath and loosened the grip on her bag, she turned her attention back to Charles, who wanted to comfort her, but he knew no words would be enough to ease her anger. "Charles," said Sayuri in a cold tone as she looked down. "Yes, mistress. I will be walking home today," replied Sayuri, catching Charles off guard. "But mistress, the weather is too cold and it is currently too dangerous with the sudden disappearance of school children." "Surely, I can," offered Charles, but Sayuri looked up to him with a serious expression. "Charles, please," replied Sayuri in a calm manner. Charles understood the feelings that were going through her mind and decided to accept the results. "Very well then, mistress," said Charles. He picked up all of the gifts that Sayuri received and placed them in the back of the vehicle before entering the limousine and driving away. Sayuri had her head down and stood still for a while before slowly walking towards her home. After school, shivering and cold, Sayuri was slowly walking home to release her frustration upon hearing the news about her family. She really hoped that on her birthday that she could spend some time with them. As she carried on walking, Sayuri noticed something over the horizon. She was amazed at how clean the beach was and that it was barely recognizable. Of course, its true beauty wasn't available to be seen due to the winter weather and gray skies. Amazing, was it this clean before? Who could have possibly? Wondered Sayuri, but then she saw something from afar. Izuku wore a light blue jacket and sweatpants to fight the weather condition. He had brought some of his training equipment and continued training at the beach. With open space, he was able to complete his training and perform actions such as front flips, somersaults and weightlifting without a care. Sayuri was in disbelief, unable to comprehend the idea that this was the same Izuku Midoriya she had helped all those months ago. Going through such a transformation that seemed impossible, but due to All Might's training and his newfound spider powers, he was truly on his way to become a strong hero. Without even realizing it, she slowly started walking towards him. Izuku, however, was staring down at his hands, confused at his current predicament. A few days ago, when All Might gave Izuku his strand of hair to transfer his powers, they had expected immediate results. However, a few days ago, Izuku clenched his fist as he finally swallowed the strand of hair given to him with difficulty. It wasn't the flashiest method of transferring powers, but the deed was done. The power was handed down to Izuku after 8 months of training. "So, did you swallow it all?" asked All Might, to which Izuku responded with a nod with a disgusted expression. "Yes, sir, but I don't feel any different," replied Izuku as he inspected his body. "Of course not, it's just being digested as we speak. It'll take some time before it really kicks in, but that's okay," explained All Might. "So, what does that mean for you?" asked Izuku nervously. I mean, will you be able to continue your hero duties?" asked Izuku. "Ha, not to worry, young Midoriya. I will always be All Might. The transfer isn't quick, it will take a long time before One for All is fully transferred to you. But you'll begin to feel the inklings of its power beginning to develop inside you. Until then, I should be able to continue my hero work as normal," answered All Might in his cheerful tone. "Thank goodness," said Izuku as he breathed a sigh of relief. "But know this, my fighting will have to end eventually. When I will no longer bear the power of One for All, it will be your responsibility to continue the fight for peace. And I have no doubt in my mind, you will do me proud." "Thank you, All Might. I'll do my best, sir." "Good, let me know when you begin to feel the power. We will work on helping on you control it. Until then, whatever you do, don't use it. I'm sure you remember I told you, if used carelessly you could endanger your own life," warned All Might. Izuku remembered their conversation from the very first time they began their training and about how an unprepared vessel could lose their limbs if not used appropriately. "Understood, All Might. Present." It's been a few days since I ate All Might's hair, but I still don't feel any different. I wonder if it's 'cause of my spider powers. Maybe there." "Oh, Sayuri, what are you doing here?" asked a surprised Izuku as he dropped his weights. "I was just on my way home, but what are you doing? With the current weather, You should be going home, Midoriya," advised Sayuri. The cold wind blew through her hair causing her to feel a chill. She slowly rubbed her hands to feel warmer. Izuku noticed her shivering and quickly took out a small plastic packet from his pocket. "What is this?" asked Sayuri. "It's a heat patch. Please take it. I'm just continuing my training so I can apply for UA," offered Izuku, but surprising Sayuri. "Thank you, but training for UA? Why yeah, I still haven't given up. I've been working hard to make sure that I could apply. In fact, Are you sure you are up to the task? I must be direct. I am certain that someone with your capability does not have the best of chances to get in. Due to your lack of a quirk," said Sayuri. Izuku looked down in disappointment because he knew what she was trying to tell him, but she wasn't aware of the truth. "I understand why you're concerned, but you don't have to worry. I've been training consistently for the past half a year and I've come a long way," replied Izuku with confidence, knowing he had 2 sets of powers. "I can see that. Your performance at school against Bakugo really caused quite a stir amongst the students. Even I was impressed," said Sayuri as she smiled at Izuku. "Oh, thanks," replied Izuku nervously as he ruffled his hair upon seeing her smile. "Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot." Izuku went towards his backpack and grabbed a little box from his backpack. Sayuri was just looking with confusion at what he was doing. "Here, this is for you," said Izuku while offering a tiny box with a bow tied towards Sayuri. However, Sayuri was confused at the gesture. "May I ask what this is?" asked Sayuri as she curiously looked at the tiny box. "Well, I know that it was your birthday today. So, I had this prepared for you, but I didn't know when the right time was. I mean, you were so swamped with all your fans, so I never had the chance," replied Izuku nervously. Sayuri slowly picked up the box from Izuku's hands, but she still didn't expect a gift from him. With the shower of gifts that she received from all of her admirers, for some reason, she was actually touched by it. "Thank you," said Sayuri. She slowly began opening it and took out the gift. It was an All Might Chibi key ring in his signature pose with a small message which read, "Don't worry, we'll be your hero," with some space to write a name. Sayuri carried on staring at the key ring while Izuku was slowly fidgeting with his hair in confusion. I've never bought a gift for a girl before, so I wasn't sure what to get you. But I hope you like it." Izuku looked over to Sayuri and saw her blank stare at the key ring. He looked down on the ground, disappointed since he was sure that his gift wasn't up to par with what everyone else gave her. It's pretty lame, isn't it? I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't have." Sayuri's blank face turned into a gentle smile as she turned back to Izuku. "No, not at all. I very much adore this gift. Thank you, Midoriya." Izuku's eye widened upon looking at Sayuri's smile. He was speechless with his mind feeling blank at such a cute expression. Sayuri was never one to show an expression around others besides her family, but this was the first time Izuku saw her smile in the few years they've been in school. Why you're welcome," said Izuku, turning red in embarrassment. "But come now, Midoriya, I respect your tenacity to work harder, but I must insist that you go home now. This climate is too cold and it is far too dangerous." Okay then, but what about you? Don't you normally get picked up?" asked Izuku, since he remembered seeing a large limousine at the school and only assumed it was hers. Sayuri gripped her bag and looked away for a moment before replying to Izuku. "I'm afraid there were some complications," replied Sayuri as the two left the beach together. Musutafu streets. Izuku and Sayuri decided to walk home together to keep each other safe, but in Sayuri's eyes, she was keeping him safe since she wasn't aware of Izuku's spider powers. As the two continued walking, Sayuri explained why she decided to walk home instead of being driven home. Izuku could hear the frustration in her voice, understanding that she missed her family. "I'm so sorry to hear that," said Izuku. Sayuri gently shook her head to his apology and looked back to him. "Do not apologize, it is not your fault. Besides, they clearly had to set their priorities to the company. They were competing with Oscorp to continue their contract with UA. We all have our responsibilities and clearly theirs is more important than me," said Sayuri as she tightened the grip of her bag. But it's fine, my family's work is clearly too important, said Sayuri. It's okay to feel upset about it, said Izuku as he tried to help her relax. I beg your pardon, asked Sayuri, who was caught off guard by Izuku's words and stood still. I mean, I've heard of all the work they do. I can only assume the amount of work they must have, but they have a responsibility to their daughter as well, said Izuku. I have already told you, this is but a trivial matter. It's not a concern to me whatsoever. I don't. Your hands, you grip them when you're frustrated. Sometimes in class, against Kachan, and during the whole time you were telling me about them, you held your bag quite tightly, explained Izuku. Sayuri was taken aback by Izuku's observation. Normally she was always good at keeping herself composed, but she didn't expect him to pick up on it. Sayuri simply looked away in frustration, not being able to compose herself. Izuku immediately realized what he did and started to panic. I'm not trying to insult your parents, by the way. I just think that they should be more considerate to you. After all, you work so hard, and I just thought, said Izuku before he stopped talking as Sayuri turned back to him with a serious expression. That's enough, please allow us to move on from this topic, said Sayuri in a cold manner. Oh, okay, answered Izuku. Tell me again, Midoriya, you said you applied for UA? Asked Sayuri. Yeah, I've sent my application for the UA entrance exam in February. For the hero course, said Izuku. She could see his excited expression but feared what it might lead to. Midoriya, said Sayuri as she stopped walking. Yes, said Izuku as he stopped as well. I don't think you should go to UA, said Sayuri, which surprised Izuku. What? Why? I'm a lot stronger than I was a year ago, said Izuku. Yes, I've noticed that. Your performance in school has drastically changed and you've become more confident. But it's not enough. Midoriya, you can reach the peak of human capability, but against a strong quirk user, you don't stand a chance, explained Sayuri to Izuku's disappointment. But you saw me take on Kachan's attack, I can do it, said Izuku as the two remembered the events of the dodgeball game and how he managed to defeat Bakugo. That was a sport, a game. As impressive it was for you to have withheld his quirk, there's no comparison. In actual combat, he could kill you if he unleashes the full extent of his powers, said Sayuri. Izuku was lost for words and couldn't think of anything to counter her with. To which he decided to resort to his trump card. But I do have powers. I recently got my quirk to activate, said Izuku in a frustrated manner which even surprised Sayuri. Pardon, what are you talking about? Asked Sayuri. Since she's never heard of people unlocking their quirks at such a late age, she wasn't even sure if he was telling the truth. Yeah, it's true. Look, said Izuku as he tried to harness the power of One for All into this right fist. But nothing happened. Right after he attempted to fire a web line, but due to a lack of food during the day, he had used up all of his webs. Izuku turned to Sayuri and noticed her expression of disappointment, since it just began to look pathetic in her eyes what he was attempting. She had even less of a reason to believe him. Okay, it doesn't work right now because I'm hungry. But I swear, I can do other stuff too. I can predict attacks and jump like an athlete. I can even stick to, explained Izuku. But Sayuri had enough and activated her quirk. As her eyes began to flow, Izuku was surrounded with her purple projectiles in an instant. Tell me, what would you do in this situation? Asked Sayuri. Izuku, however, was frozen in place since he didn't anticipate that attack whatsoever. Looking around, every angle and every escape route was covered by her projectile, making it impossible to escape. Why didn't my spider sense activate? I should have anticipated this, but I can't even move. Even if I saw this coming, there's nothing I can do, thought Izuku as he looked around and saw the seriousness in Sayuri's eyes. It was at that moment he realized how helpless he was and how powerful she was. He started shaking upon realizing how outclassed he was. Sayuri, believing she got her message across, stopped her quirk and reverted to her normal appearance. Izuku was looking down in disappointment upon realizing that even with 8 months training, he was too far behind. Sayuri, Bakugo and all the students who will apply for UA will be on a level so much further than Izuku ever would be. While he does have his spider powers, He's barely tapped into the power of One for All. In fact, he can't even use it. Do you understand now, Midoriya? It's nice to dream, but you have to set your expectations at a realistic level. I don't want you to go to UA only to endanger your own life when the results will be obvious," explained Sayuri in a serious tone. Izuku just grit his teeth due to his frustration and clenched his fist. "Someone once told me, I can be a hero," replied Izuku, which surprised Sayuri. She wasn't sure if he was lying, but she could see his annoyance through his fists. "Even you told me I was heroic, you even told me I could become powerful in my own right. And I'm trying. I worked so hard for these past few months. Because I want to be a hero. I want to be like you," said Izuku as he tried to hold back his tears and surprising Sayuri, causing her to skip a beat upon hearing his words. She was feeling a tremendous guilt, but she knew she had to be firm to protect him. "Midoriya." Izuku looked up to Sayuri, who took a deep breath before giving him a stern look. "You will never be able to protect me," said Sayuri, which was the last straw for Izuku. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer and was speechless. It hurt him even more because she was one of the reasons why he believed his dreams could be a reality. Even though he had his newfound spider powers, All Might reassured him, trained him and given him One for All, Izuku's heart felt torn up. Sayuri knew she hurt him. She knew that those words would cut him deep, but Sayuri was trying to be realistic with him. She wasn't aware of his powers, but she believed that even if he was telling the truth, it was too late for him. He was so far behind that he'd never be able to compete with anyone. "Midoriya, forgive me for being blunt. I know my words are harsh, but I just want you to be safe. It's a dangerous world out there, and I would not be able to live with myself knowing that my friend could be in danger, and I steered him towards it," explained Sayuri, but Midoriya remained motionless and kept his head down. She tried to reach out to him, but Midoriya turned away. "I need to go," replied Midoriya while looking away. Sayuri immediately pulled her hand back and grabbed her bag again. "Oh, I see. Well, I wish you a safe journey home and a Merry Christmas," said Sayuri. "You too, and happy birthday," replied Izuku as he started walking the other way. Sayuri tightly grabbed her bag once again and held in her emotions as she watched Izuku walk away. Even though she was feeling upset at what had transpired, she felt as though she just transferred her frustration to one of her friends. Sayuri never had any ill intentions, but she took it upon herself to help Izuku get back to Earth and face reality. Even though she fulfilled her purpose, she didn't feel any sense of accomplishment, but rather a pain in her heart. Because Sayuri realized she was alone once again, she turned away and started heading the opposite direction of Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, was heading home, no longer feeling the motivation he had earlier to train. Instead, he just wanted to go home and get in bed for the entire of Christmas. "I can't believe the difference in our power. Am I really that weak?" thought Izuku as he continued on, but then his spider sense began activating. "What the heck? What's the point of activating now? What's going on?" thought Izuku as he held his head. At that moment, two strange men were approaching him. A tall muscular man with a beard and tanned skin, wearing a thick white jacket, jogging bottoms and winter hat. Next to him was a giant of a man with huge muscular arms and an ox-shaped mustache. He too wore a thick red jacket, custom-made since he was huge, black jogging bottom and Timberland boots. Izuku could feel his spider sense getting stronger the closer they were. He got himself ready just in case, but they just walked past him. "Pardon us, kid," said the tall muscular man. "That's weird. They don't seem that threatening. My powers didn't activate when my life is in danger by Sayuri's powers, but when two strangers go past me, it reacts crazily. What's going on? I just don't understand my spider sense," thought Izuku as he watched the two walk away. But the further they got, the less reactive his spider sense became. Strange. What was that all about? Did it react cause they looked shady or dangerous? Or was it cause I thought they were dangerous? Well, whatever. I should get home now. Mom must be worried, thought Izuku as he continued walking on home. However, as he continued walking, he couldn't help but feel uneasy knowing that they triggered his spider sense. Izuku stopped as he remembered that students had been missing recently and realized something important. They were walking towards Sayuri's direction. Oh no, Sayuri, thought Izuku as he quickly turned around and got ready to run. You will never be able to protect me. The words that Sayuri told him came to mind and he immediately hesitated, thinking that there would be no point in going. After Sayuri's demonstration, he felt as though he'd be wasting his time. What's the point? She doesn't need me. Besides, I'm sure I'm just imagining things. Those guys didn't seem that threatening. Izuku then turned around and continued home. December 24th, Saturday. Izuku's home. Just another regular day. Izuku had just woken up. He barely slept because Sayuri's words were still in his mind. He was still going to apply for the hero course and do his best to become the hero like how he promised All Might. But for some reason, Sayuri's word just wouldn't leave him. He still felt cold as he tried to get out of his bed and wore his shirt. He looked down and noticed how his shirt was beginning to pull up towards his stomach. My clothes are getting small. I should probably get some new ones, thought Izuku as he ruffled his hair and went towards the living room. His mother was already there with the television on, watching the news. Morning, Mom. Izuku, come quick, look at the news, said Inko. Izuku quickly turned his attention to the screen and saw the breaking news about another missing student. But upon seeing who it was, Izuku turned white with fear. Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you all to be vigilant and be warned. For another student has been kidnapped. Sayuri Mitsuko. Yesterday, about an hour after school had ended, Miss Sayuri was walking home but she never reached home, yelled Jonah. However, this wasn't just his usual raging antics but genuine concern, as Sayuri was the daughter of one of his closest friends. The police have been investigating about her whereabouts and have found her bag in the west side of Musudafu City. If anyone has any information about her whereabouts, they are advised to contact their local authorities. I pray for nothing but her safe return, said Jonah in a heartful manner. Izuku felt weak on the knees and fell back as he realized that was the moment right before she was kidnapped. No, 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 thought Izuku as he ran to his room and grabbed his bag and usual attire. Izuku, where are you going? You heard the news. It's dangerous to go outside, warned Inko, but Izuku didn't listen and quickly rushed outside. Inko quickly followed outside, but by the time she got outside, Izuku was nowhere to be seen. She heard a ring on her phone and opened to see a message by Izuku which read, Mom, I need to go to the police station. Inko just read the message and hoped for her son's safe return as she went back inside. Izuku was actually on the roof of the building, wearing the burnt All Might hoodie and ski goggles before jumping from building to building towards the crime scene. What have I done? What have I done? Thought Izuku as he continued running. He looked around and noticed how there were police everywhere. Izuku couldn't even believe that Sayuri of all people could be kidnapped with her powerful quirk. Izuku was constantly looking around and trying his best to find her. But what was the reason? Was it because he was worried? Because he liked her? Or rather because he felt responsible for not doing anything? After a while of searching, he stopped on one of the building roofs before pulling his hoodie down and taking a breather. Izuku sat down and started breathing heavily at the idea that she could be hurt or, God forbid, dead. He grabbed his head in a panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why didn't I do anything? Thought Izuku as he fell into despair, feeling guilty. Just then, his phone started ringing. It was All Might. Izuku quickly picked it up. Hello. Hey kid, it's me. Are you okay? Said All Might. I'm fine. How are you? Currently swamped with paperwork. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I heard that one of your classmates got kidnapped. Yes, I'm fine, replied Izuku, but he began to shake and cry. Kid, you, okay? All Might, the truth is. Izuku began to explain about how he was there and how he left her after their conversation. He even told All Might about the two men that triggered his spider sense, but he didn't do anything which he believed led to her kidnapping. I see. I'm glad you're okay. All Might, what should I do? This is all my fault. I should have stopped them. I knew they were dangerous. No, young Midoriya. For all we know, What you did was the most sensible thing. You don't know what you were up against, and if they were powerful enough to kidnap your friend, then we must not underestimate them," said All Might. "But I let it happen. If I just didn't, young Midoriya, you can't blame yourself for." Izuku heard a crashing sound from afar. He immediately got up and went to the corner of his building and noticed the two strange men from yesterday, the average skinny man and the huge bulky man. "It's them. They're the ones who triggered my spider sense. But what are they doing here?" thought Izuku as he carried on observing the two. The two were loading fridges into their van until the big man accidentally dropped one and an arm slipped off, revealing a male Gakuin student. Izuku immediately covered his mouth in fear, preventing himself from screaming. His body began shaking as he sat down. "You idiot! Be careful, Ushi!" yelled the skinny man as he looked around for any witnesses. Sorry, Rico," apologized Ushi as he gently placed the young student back into the fridge and gently placed it into the fridge. "The boss said we need to get these guys back to the big man in one piece. And he won't be happy if we don't deliver them undamaged," said Rico quietly. Okay. By the way, what should I do with?" asked Ushi as he turned his attention to another larger fridge. "Yeah, we need to be careful with that one. But I still can't believe our luck. Amongst the sea of fishes, we caught ourselves a mermaid," laughed Rico. Izuku was still frozen in fear. He was absolutely terrified, fearing what happened to the student in the fridge. He was even more scared, wondering if Sayuri ended up sharing the same fate. He immediately went back to his phone. All Might, whispered Izuku in a panic. "Hello, Midoriya, what's the matter?" responded All Might. "I found them. The student kidnappers," whispered Izuku nervously as he tried to keep his voice quiet. He looked around the corner one last time and saw the two men carry on loading more students in fridges. "What? Where are you?" asked All Might in a surprise. "I'm at the old recycling center at the west of Musudafu," answered Izuku. "Okay, I'm going to call for reinforcement. Midoriya, get out of there quickly and find a safe spot. Don't do anything reckless." "Got it," instructed All Might as he began transforming into his muscle form. "Yes sir," replied Izuku as he hung up his phone. He took a sigh of relief as he knew that the authorities and heroes were coming. "Okay, I better get out of here before," thought Izuku, but then. "Gah!" yelped Ushi as he got pushed back and another figure exited the large fridge. "You bitch," said Rico as he tried to reach the figure, but a force sent him flying back towards a wall. Izuku quickly turned his attention back to what was happening, but he almost couldn't breathe the second he witnessed what was happening. Before him was Sayuri in her school uniform, but she was slightly beat up, bleeding from her head, and her glasses were gone. She slowly tried to stand up, but her hands were tied behind her back and she couldn't use her quirk successfully. Sayuri immediately tried to make a run for it and Ushi immediately grabbed her leg, causing her to fall on her chest. She turned her attention to Ushi, using her quirk to send a purple hexagon-shaped projectile towards Ushi. Upon coming in contact with Ushi, it shattered on his face, which made him yell in pain. He let her go and covered his sore face after Sayuri's attack. She slowly tried to get back on her knees, but with the use of her quirk, her head was in such a state that her vision was beginning to blur. Before she knew it, Rico was already standing before her and delivered a strong kick to her stomach. Sayuri coughed a little blood before toppling over and closing her eyes. "Damn bitch," cursed Rico before grabbed Sayuri by her hair. "I had no idea it would be problematic to take care of one kid." Ushi gently rubbed his face before grabbing the fridge that was supposed to contain Sayuri. Rico let her go and threw her towards Ushi. "Whatever, let's get going." As soon as Rico turned around, he was met by a fist to his face and slammed into the ground. Ushi turned his attention to the young green-haired boy and noticed an expression of pure rage. "Who the hell are ya?" said Ushi as he picked up Sayuri. "Let her go," said Izuku angrily, but both of them looked like they were ready to fight. Izuku immediately grabbed a trash lid, throwing it towards Ushi, but he was able to grab the lid and crush it. Izuku immediately tried to follow up with a punch, but being a strong muscular man, he barely felt the punch. He attempted a kick, but Ushi easily grabbed his leg and tossed him aside. I'm going to crush you, brat! Roared Ushi with anger. Riko immediately jumped towards Izuku, but Izuku dodged out of the way and grabbed Riko's back midway with his spider powers, using all of his strength to throw Riko towards Ushi. However, Ushi was able to grab Riko. At that moment, Sayuri slowly opened her eyes and saw Izuku deliver a strong double kick, causing both of them to fall down. The impact knocked down Ushi, but luckily Riko was able to get back up. Riko quickly took out a small knife and charged towards Izuku. Izuku stiffened as he saw the man approach him with a weapon. Riko quickly started swinging left and right, but Izuku managed to dodge each swing effortlessly. Izuku quickly performed a backflip while simultaneously kicking the knife out of Riko's hand. Riko grabbed his hand in pain, but at that moment, Izuku delivered a strong uppercut, sending the tall man flying up. "Am I, Dori, ya?" said Sayuri as she closed her eyes and lost conscious. "Okay, they're both down. I need to get Sayuri out of here," thought Izuku as he was about to rush over to her, but immediately afterwards, his spider sense began tingling, warning him of the attack that was coming behind him. He wasn't even given a chance to react since the attack came at a blindingly quick speed. "Ah!" Izuku screamed as he felt a strong vibrating shock blast him towards the wall. Izuku fell back and felt weak around his whole body. Just then another shockwave blasted the wall, causing the bricks to fall on top of Izuku and completely cover him. "What's going on here?" asked another mysterious stranger in a trench coat. "Boss, we're sorry. We were getting the girl and this brat showed up," explained Riko as he slowly tried to get up while holding his jaw. "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of him now," continued Ushi as he cracked his knuckles ready to attack Izuku again. "No, we've wasted enough time. The police are on the way now for sure and we need to get moving," said the mysterious stranger whose hands were charged with electricity. "What about the kid?" asked Riko. "Leave him. You idiots have already been compromised by the police, and if we kill him, every hero in the country will be after us. We've got a deadline to meet. Get these kids to the docks by 11 tonight or else the big man's gonna have our head," demanded the mysterious stranger as he walked away. Izuku used the last of his strength to try and reach out to Sayuri. She was literally several meters away from him, but sadly, he couldn't reach her. Even if he could, he had no strength left. His eyes slowly closed as they slowly dragged Sayuri away. "No, Sayuri, later." Izuku slowly woke up and found himself in a hospital bed. He was in the usual hospital attire and in a badly beat condition. His right arm was swollen and his leg was casted. As he looked around, he noticed the nurse about to leave, but she noticed him waking up. "You're awake, doctor," said the nurse. She immediately left the room and brought several people into the room. The doctor, Officer Tsukauchi, Death Arms and Kamui Woods, and All Might in his skinny form. "Young Midoriya, you're awake. How are you feeling?" asked All Might as he quickly went over to check the condition of the young boy. I'm fine. What happened?" asked Izuku through the pain. "You were knocked out unconscious and ditched under rubble. You suffered a serious concussion and several contusions. It was as if you were hit by a truck and left for dead by the time we got there," explained the doctor as he went through his notes. "But what were you thinking? Because of your actions, they escaped before we could catch them in the act," said Death Arms angrily. Now, there's no point in yelling at the boy. We should be thankful he made it out alive," said the officer Tsukauchi. "And what about the other kids? What about Miss Mitsuko? Now we're nowhere closer to them than we were this morning. And it's all because of him," said Kamui Woods. "Come now, he just made a mistake, okay?" said All Might. "Yeah, a mistake that's going to cost the lives of all those poor kids that have been kidnapped. If anything happens to those kids, their lives are on you. You got that? It's all your fault," said Death Arms, but All Might immediately stood in front of him and stopped him. "Death Arms, that's enough. I think the boys had enough," said All Might. "Fine, I'm going to the station to make preparations for tonight's raid. Just tell that kid to stay out of the way. It's not like this is the first time," said Death Arms as he walked away with Kamui Woods, remembering the sludge villain incident. After all the commotion had died down, the doctor and nurse left them alone. All Might turned to Izuku. "Young Midoriya, What were you thinking? Those villains could have killed you, said All Might, who could easily piece two and two together after seeing the state of crime scene. I just wanted to help. I saw Sayuri and before I knew it, I just moved on my own, said Izuku. Well, said All Might, but then someone else had entered the room, which was noticed by Officer Tsukauchi. Toshinori, said the officer. Both All Might and Izuku turned their attention to see Inko at the door with a bag of fruits. Izuku, said Inko with tears in her eyes. Mom, I think we should leave them be, said Officer Tsukauchi. Understood, we have a meeting to go to, said All Might. Wait, All Might, what's going to happen now? The heroes and the police are going to gather together for a raid at the paint factory in the east of Musudafu City. We received a tip that is where the missing students are being held. The east, but I heard they were heading to the docks. The docks? That's impossible, that area is secured by the Oscorp security. We even checked it out today earlier and found nothing. What? But I swear I heard them mention something about the docks. I'm sure they were going to be there. And when exactly did you hear this? Asked Officer Tsukauchi. Just as I was under the rubble, answered Izuku. Are you sure you didn't mishear anything? After a concussion, I'm not sure you must have been hearing properly, said Officer Tsukauchi. I think, maybe, but I swear, I heard them say it. Well, we have no time for false leads. We're getting ready to move soon. And as for you, young man, you're staying here. Got it, said All Might in an authoritative manner, causing Izuku to flinch. But he responded with a slow nod. All Might shook his head in disappointment before leaving the room with Officer Tsukauchi. As the two left, Inko quickly ran to her child and hugged him with tears in her eyes. The one thing she was afraid of happening was the exact thing that happened, and she was terrified when she heard her son was in the hospital. Sometime later, Izuku was sat on his hospital, hoping that the students were saved and feeling tremendously guilty over what had happened to Sayuri. The words that were told to him by the heroes and All Might stuck by him, and he couldn't get them out of his mind. It's all your fault. The villains could have killed you. What were you thinking? Just tell that kid to stay out of the way. Izuku clenched his fist in frustration. He could feel tears streaming down his face. After the events of today, he was so upset with himself and he couldn't believe all that he did. Because of my anger, my stupidity, my jealousy, Sayuri had to pay the price. My selfish actions caused someone I care about had to suffer. Every time I try to do something right, I just end up making things worse, thought Izuku as he covered his eyes. He continued crying, feeling so frustrated at what had happened. At that moment, his mother walked in with a letter and a plastic bag full of apples and oranges. Izuku, said Inko. Mom, what's the matter, honey? Asked Inko as she sat beside her son and wiped his face with a tissue. Izuku immediately wiped his face, being embarrassed that his mother had to take care of him like a child. I messed up, really badly. Because of my selfish attitude, I've risked Sayuri's life and the lives of all the other children, confessed Izuku. Yes, you did. The police officers told me about what you did. Why would do something so reckless? Even after I warned you, why didn't you listen to me? Asked Inko. It's because it was my fault she was caught in the first place. I had the power to stop it and I didn't. And because of me, Sayuri was kidnapped, said Izuku, surprising Inko. Power? What power? You're just a child, said Inko. Izuku realized that his mother knew the truth about him and his reason for being out all the time. She had believed it was just a fitness exercise, but Izuku thought it was time she knew the truth. Mom, I didn't want to tell you this until I got better control of it. But I have a quirk, super strength, said Izuku, causing Inko to gasp. Why you do? When? Asked Inko, who was welling up with tears at the news of her son unlocking a hidden power. Izuku looked out the window, remembering the horrific night of the man-spider, and so he decided to be careful with what he would say. It happened a few months ago, when you started training to apply for UA. Yes, and I haven't been good at controlling it just yet. I still have so much to learn, but only if I could have used this power to save Sayuri. But why does it matter? I just made things even worse, said Izuku. Inko looked over to Sun and saw the emotions pouring out of him. She too was overflowing with emotions after hearing his words, but she also had something to get off her chest. Izuku, do you remember the words I told you when you were a child? Izuku remembered the words of his mother as she crying and holding a young child who had his dreams crushed. But he was confused as to why she would want to bring up such a moment. Why yes, I do. Back when you were a child, I couldn't tell you the words you wanted to hear because I didn't think it would be possible for you since you didn't have a quirk. Said Inko as she wiped away her tears. But now that I'm hearing you have a quirk, I'm so happy for you, honey. I really am, said Inko as she smiled at her son. It always tore me up inside knowing that I couldn't support my child's dream, but hearing this, it makes me so happy. Thanks Mom, but I can't support you if you continue these reckless escapades, Izuku. Said Inko, which didn't surprise Izuku. At this point, his actions were borderline criminal and he was just being reckless. I'm sorry Mom, it's my fault. I was told that with great power comes great responsibility, and yet I didn't live up to that responsibility. Said Izuku. With great power come great responsibility. Then tell me, what are your responsibilities? Asked Inko, which surprised Izuku. To go after criminals. To endanger your own life. Izuku, you're just a kid. You're not All Might. You have to stop burdening yourself with weight of the world on your shoulders. Just because you have a quirk doesn't make your life easier. It doesn't make you someone who has to do everything right. I mean, even heroes will make mistakes, but they have to get past them to become stronger. And don't think blaming yourself and just being hard on yourself will help you. That's not what being responsible is. Being responsible starts by taking care of yourself and owning your mistakes and doing what you can to fix them. Said Inko. Izuku just listened to his mother's words and realized that she was right. He may have been given powers, but it made him far from perfect. Izuku realized he still had so much to learn, and he had to learn to forgive himself and focus on the more important task at hand. Thanks Mom, I really needed to hear that, said Izuku as he wiped his tears and hugged his mom. Izuku, I just want you to know that I will support your dream no matter what. But you have to promise me that you will attain them properly. I promise, Mom. Okay, I need to go home now, but I'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning. Oh, also, this is for you. Try not to eat them all overnight, said Inko as she left a letter and bag of fruits beside Izuku. Thanks Mom. Now make sure you get your rest, okay? Good night honey, said Inko as she left the room. Izuku on the other hand kept pondering what his mother said and made a fist upon repeating her words. Owning my mistakes. I've got to do what I can to fix them. I intend on keeping my promise. I will save you Sayuri, said Izuku as he got up and took off his hospital outfit and started changing into his spare outfit. To his surprise, his swollen arm and leg had already recovered. As he continued changing, he noticed the letter his mother brought him. What's this? Said Izuku as he opened the letter and found a very tiny device and a map. He pressed the button on the device and it began to play a recording. Hey Midoriya, long time no see, how come we haven't kept in contact? Didn't you get my number from the last time we met? Clearly not, since I had to send this voice recorded message to your address, which took me a while to find. But anyways, I've completed the gadgets I promised you a few months ago and I really wanted to give it to you. If you're free, feel free to come to the abandoned car shop in the west of the city tonight. Here's my number, call me if you need me. Closing parenthesis quote. H. Hatsume, how on earth did she get my address? And what is this? But tonight, when did she send this? But she said she's got those gadgets ready, and like it or not, I'm going to need them. Time to move, said Izuku as he grabbed his bag and crawled out of the hospital. West side of Musudafu City. Izuku was waiting in an abandoned area of the city. It was the address that Hatsume gave him in accordance to her instructions. He wasn't sure what could happen, so he did his best to be vigilant and kept his guard up after recent events. Come on, Hatsume, where are you? Izuku activated his phone to see if there were any messages or calls, but he wasn't fortunate enough to get any, which just made him slump. Oh boy, I hope I'm not making a mistake. I don't have time to. There you are. Izuku shook in surprise before Hatsume went over and gave him a slap on the back. Izuku slumped as he could feel his heart about to pop out of his chest, not only because he was close to a girl but also due to fear. Sorry, didn't mean to scare ya. But boy, how many months has it been since we spoke, huh? 2 or 3. Ah, that's irrelevant. How ya been doing? Asked Hatsume, who was wearing yellow sweater and sweatpants with a pair of mechanical boots. Izuku calmly got his thoughts together and turned back to Hatsume. I've been better, but good to see you again, Hatsume. Replied Izuku nervously, since the only girls he was comfortable speaking to was Sayuri, Ayumi and his mom. He also couldn't deny that Hatum was very beautiful and carrying a stack of equipment. So, what's up? You made it sound pretty urgent on the phone. As if it was life or death, said Hatsume. Izuku looked down as he remembered all that had transpired in the past few hours and what he would need to do. To be honest, I think it is, replied Midoriya as he began explaining what he heard today and how they planned on shipping away the children tonight at 11 p.m. Whoa, seriously? Then what are you waiting for? Call the cops, or even any hero for that matter. This is vital information, exclaimed Hatsume in a panic. But to her response, Izuku simply shook his head, since he knew they wouldn't trust him anymore. Trust me, I want to, but I screwed up deep today. Now no one wants to believe me, no police, no heroes, or even All Might. All Might, I don't think he'd believe me is what I meant. They've all headed east, the opposite direction, because they believed that perpetrators could be in the old paint factory. But my gut feeling just tells me that they'll be at the docks. And if Sayuri's life is on the line, I can't take such a risk, said Izuku. So, what are we gonna do? There's only 3 hours before 11. That's what I called you here for, said Izuku. Surprising Hatsume. I want you to help me save those kids, requested Izuku, but Hatsume immediately backed away in a panic. Whoa, you aren't thinking what I'm thinking, are you? Hatsume, you told me you were developing something to help me control my powers, right? Do you have them? I do, but I was hoping that it would help you in your future endeavors to become a hero. Not vigilantism. Midoriya, I don't think I can be a part of this. This is insane. Izuku took a deep breath before slowly exhaling and turning his attention to Hatsume again, who had a nervous reaction. Compared to when they first met, she saw something incredible in his eyes that she didn't see before. Determination. Hatsume, I know what I'm asking for is selfish, and I definitely didn't want to drag you into this. But I don't have a choice. Right now, my friend is trapped there, afraid, hurt, and alone. And it's all my fault, admitted Izuku, which surprised Hatsume. Your fault. I had a moment of hesitation. And in that moment, I chose not to act, and now my friend has to pay for it. I will never forgive myself if anything happens to her because of my stupid decision. I was told that with great power comes great responsibility, and yet I had the power, but I didn't live up to that responsibility. Oh, I had no idea, said Hatsume, because she could feel the sincerity of his words. Just once in my life, I turned a blind eye, and with that mistake, I might lose someone dear to me. I understand that you don't want to help me. After all, you have such an aspiring goal, I don't want to be a burden to you for it. But I can't do this alone, answered Izuku as he clenched his fists. Hatsume looked over to him and began pondering. And you won't have to. I'll definitely help, said Hatsume. Really? Asked Izuku with a smile. What are partners for, right? Said Hatsume as she offered a handshake, and Izuku happily accepted the handshake. All right then, if you're gonna go on this mission, then you're gonna need several things, said Hatsume as she went over to her backpack. What are those? Asked Izuku. Surveillance, some tools, and most importantly, a new identity, listed Hatsume. I think I got the last one covered, replied Izuku as he took out his All Might hoodie, handkerchief, and the goggles he took from the burning building incident. I used these to cover my face last time, they should suffice, right? Said Izuku as he got into a fighting pose, but Hatsume simply looked down towards Izuku's choice in gear and shook her head in disappointment at his outfit. You're kidding, right? Said Hatsume bluntly. I mean, you were thinking about taking on bad guys with this. If this mask slips off, your identity is a goner. And good lordy, can you even see in these? Said Hatsume as she wore the burnt ski goggles on. She could barely see anything since they were slightly damaged and burnt. It's honestly all I got. I don't have anything professional, admitted Izuku as he began wearing the hoodie. Hatsume, however, began thinking as she started going through her bag. She took out some paint and some mechanical tools. She grabbed the goggles and went to Izuku. She went right in front of him and pulled the jumper off his body, but accidentally taking his shirt off too, revealing his six-pack and muscled arms. At the sight, Hatsume quickly turned her face away from Izuku as she began to spray the hoodie down with blue, red and black colors. "Whoa, you been working out," complimented Hatsume as she continued to work on the hoodie. She remembered Izuku having a strong physique, but now he had the bulk to show it off. However, Izuku was shaking on the spot since he was topless and it was literally minus 6.5 degrees outside. "Why yeah, hey. What are you doing? That's my limited edition All Might jumper," cried Izuku as he turned white in shock. Hatsume began spraying the rest of the burnt spots into the color blue and then drawing a spider-like symbol on it. "Now isn't the time. I don't have any of my workshop tools, so I'm gonna have to do the best with what I've got. Oh, and before I forget," said Hatsume. Hatsume took out a box from her bag. She smiled as she went over to Izuku and passed it to him. Izuku looked back towards her before Hatsume nudged him to open it. Upon opening the box, there were two mechanical wrist devices. "Consider it an early Christmas gift. I made them myself. Took a while, but I tried to fit them to your needs," said Hatsume as she smiled at the devices. Izuku slowly took out the mechanical braces and wore them around his wrists, with a trigger on the base of his palms for simplicity's sake. "Amazing, but what do they do?" asked Izuku as he continued inspecting the gadgets. "So, I took a sample of your webs and checked out all of their properties, and it blew my mind how sturdy these things were. Honesty, they're even stronger than steel wires. They're supposed to allow you to change the way you fire your webbing and its density. I call them web shooters," exclaimed Hatsume as she brought out a tiny capsule in her hand. "What's that?" I was so impressed by this substance that I attempted to make my own special concoction. "Check it out." Hatsume twisted the dial on Izuku's web shooter and opened the device to insert the capsule. "This basically allows you to fire the webbing in the capsule I inserted in different forms. For example, you can shoot a spread, a thick goop, and most importantly, a thin line. Of course, I haven't perfected the formula yet, but it's still good. Sadly, it's not permanent or strong like your webbing. It keeps dissolving in 2 hours," admitted Hatsume as she pressed the trigger on Izuku's web shooter and fired a net-like webbing. Izuku started tugging on the net to see how strong it was, and it amazed him how the fake webbing that Hatsume made was strong, but with enough force, it was easily breakable. "Whoa, incredible. What about this one?" asked Izuku as he swapped the dial and fired a thin web line, but upon coming in contact with a wall, it ricocheted upwards. "What the heck was that?" "Ah, a special webbing. I call it ricochet web. A special chemical I made infused with the webbing allows the web to change its trajectory upon the first contact. There's only a limited amount in each web shooter, so use them carefully. But as you can see, setting 1 through 4 will use the webbing that you produce, and anything afterwards will be my artificial webbing." "Wow, how did you know about my webbing shortage issues?" asked Izuku as he continued inspecting the device. "You have webbing shortage issues?" asked Hatsume, since it was the first time she had heard of it. "Oh yeah, I found out that my webbing is directly linked to my metabolism. So, I can only produce as much as I've eaten. If I starve myself, I can't produce any webs. But thank goodness you managed to make these," said Izuku, since he was glad that he didn't have to worry about running out of webs just in case. "Huh, how convenient. How come you only figured this out now and didn't tell me before?" asked Hatsume, since she thought that Izuku would have no such a weakness when they first met. Izuku began to panic and stammer as he tried to think of an excuse. "Well, it's fine. But for now, then, take this," said Hatsume as she offered Izuku's blue All Might hoodie. This time the torso was completely covered in blue paint with the sleeves being red. Additionally, it had a large diagonal black spider symbol in the middle. Izuku was completely torn up since that was one of his favorite hoodies, mind you it was already full of cuts and burns from last time. So, what's this for? Asked Izuku as he wore the outfit. Midoriya, you're about to commit a serious crime. And if we want to get out this unscathed, hopefully, we need to make sure that no one recognizes you. And so, we need to think of a new identity for you. Suggested Hatsume. If that's the case, how about the Insect Man? Offered Izuku, to which Hatsume gave him a look of disapproval. The Web Slinger. I'm gonna pass on that one. The Crawler. I like that, but it's taken. How about Spider-Man? Spider-Man. Not bad. Oh yeah, also make sure you're unrecognizable, got it? Said Hatsume as he prepared more equipment. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. Your voice and your attitude must be different to the one that you're speaking of right now. If they even catch the slightest hint of who you are, we're going to be in trouble. So, what should I do? Considering you're a nerdy shy shut-in with barely any friends in real life, I need you to be confident and who knows, talkative too. Said Hatsume, which felt like an emotional punch to Izuku's pride since he had no way to retorting what she said. Alright, so here's the plan. Said Izuku as he looked over to the docks for the rescue mission. Protect the Protector. It was 10:23 p.m. at night and police were all heading towards the paint factory. The moonlight was covering the city, but slowly as the light shifted, a dark figure was slowly revealed standing at the corner of a building. It was Izuku, who was readying himself as he wore a mask and lifted up his hoodie before looking at the dock from afar. Izuku took a deep breath and a few steps back before running off the edge and doing a backflip, pencil diving towards the ground. Immediately afterwards, he shot a web line towards a building, swinging through the empty streets before launching himself back up to the sky. Following this, Izuku shot out 2 more lines and swung once again, but halfway, he let go of his right web line and fired towards the left to change directions. After letting go of his web line, Izuku fired another web line to zip himself towards a narrow alleyway between 2 buildings. As he carried on going forward, he landed horizontally on the wall and kept running without any loss of momentum. Feeling like gravity was catching up to him, Izuku jumped off the wall and web-zipped himself to the edge of a building that was closest to the docks. With the upward momentum, Izuku performed a front flip before landing on the roof. After a while, Izuku took off his mask and started breathing heavily as he tried to calm down. He felt a rush inside of himself, but it wasn't due to fear but rather adrenaline. That was pretty cool, thought Izuku as he looked over to the dock from his building one last time before composing himself. I'm coming, Sayuri. Izuku continued to swing to the roof of the dock's building. Docks, west side of Musudafu, 1031. Izuku slowly entered the building from the roof as he wall crawled inside. Looking around, he was slowly making his way around the rooms in hopes of finding Sayuri. But of course, he was heavily worried about the consequences of his actions and what he was up against. Okay Midoriya, calm down. I know you're in over your head this time, but I can't stand down while Sayuri is in trouble. I just hope I'm not too late, thought Izuku as he continued to make his way down the hall. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. Can you hear me, Midoriya? Asked Hatsume through her headset. I can hear you, Hatsume. Loud and clear, replied Izuku. Good, I'm keeping surveillance from the outside, so keep an eye out just in case. I'll try and guide you to the best of my ability. And remember the deal, try to avoid any form of conflict and get the evidence we need to get the police and heroes on the way. Outside the warehouse was little mechanical bird flying outside, with a camera spying through its eyes. Okay, got it, said Izuku as he carried on walking through the room. Also, are you okay? You ate that whole bag of fruits in an instant, asked Hatsume. Izuku blushed as he remembered how unsightly he was as he scarfed down all the fruits his mother brought him at the hospital. The reason was only because he refused to be out of webs again in this crucial moment, and since he still had no access to One for All's power, he would have to rely solely on his spider powers. Why yeah, I was just hungry, answered Izuku. And one more thing, Are you sure about this? You're risking your whole future here, said Hatsume, which made Izuku stop for a second, but he just shook his head. If there's even the slightest possibility I can save my friend, then it's worth it, replied Izuku. Hatsume smiled as she heard his response. She finally understood that this wasn't some half-assed decision but rather an important choice for him, no matter the danger. Okay then, continue down the hallway. You should reach the main room soon enough, instructed Hatsume. Whilst moving, Izuku continued to inspect his new gadgets courtesy of Hatsume. This was his first time using them outside and he wasn't sure how to utilize them, but he needed all the help he could get. As Izuku continued on, he heard footsteps slowly approach him. On instinct, he immediately jumped to the top of the roof and stuck himself there. A man wearing regular thug attire made his way into the room without noticing Izuku. Weird, I swear I heard something, said the thug as he carried on looking. This guy might know where your friend Sayuri is. Try and see if you can web him up, advised Hatsume. Okay, copy that. Come on Midoriya, let's do this, whispered Izuku. He immediately jumped down behind him and fired a spray-like webbing which completely engulfed the thug in Izuku's webbing. Hey, what the foo? Exclaimed the thug, but thinking on his feet, Izuku immediately fired a blast webbing on his face to keep him quiet. Alright, I did it. These web shooters work just like a charm. I'll need to try all the other settings when I get the chance, but for now I should. Izuku turned his attention back to the thug and realized that he wasn't moving. Oh crap, I forgot he can't breathe. Izuku immediately ran over and ripped a tiny bit of webbing from his nose. The thug immediately took the biggest suction of air as he began squirming to free himself. So, I've got this guy trapped and helpless. What's the next step? Asked Midoriya as he tried to go through his notes and realized methods of getting information. What else? You need to interrogate him. Try and see if he knows anything which can help us locate those missing students, advised Hatsume through her headset. Right, replied Izuku as he quickly webbed the thug from his feet and hung him upside down. Izuku quickly coughed up and attempted to deepen his voice before slowly moving toward the thug's ear. Alright, listen up. Unless you want to lose your life, tell me where the kidnapped kids are and why you kidnapped them, threatened Izuku with his gruff voice. He slowly squeezed the thug's neck, showing results that he was scared. Okay, I'll talk, complied the thug as Izuku slowly let go of him. We were paid by some guy to steal these kids to ship them off to other countries. He said he needed their quirks for some experiment thing, but that's all I know. We were just paid as lookouts for them. I'm not directly involved. I swear, answered the thug in a panicked voice. Where are they? Asked Izuku in his deep voice. They're in the compactor room. But they said that they were talking to some kid because she was special. Sayo, Sai, something. That's Sayuri. Where is she? Tell me, demanded Izuku. Main room. Just down the hall and to the left, answered the thug while shivering in fear. Izuku immediately let the man go and walked off. Midoriya, wait, I know what you're thinking, but remember the deal. The evidence comes first, reminded Hatsume, to which Izuku simply nodded. Main room, 10:50 p.m. It was a large office-like room with broken cars, tires and several metal tanks. Sayuri was tied to a chair with a device on her head in the middle of the big room, passing current which made her head ache constantly. There were also 3 other individuals in the room, all with distinct features. There was Ushi, who was extremely noticeable thanks to his large build, and the second was Riko beside, but this time, they both wore metallic armor of some kind which completely concealed their identity. And finally, there was a man which was difficult to identify, but he wore a trench coat and a fedora. I can't believe it, we've scored a big one this time, boys, said the man in the trench coat. Yeah, maybe we should keep this one just in case. I bet we can get a good deal with her, replied Riko as he slowly placed his hands on her shoulder and slowly tried to move it closer to her chest. Hey, don't even think about it, Ricochet. The boss said that she's a special case. We're not to ruin this plan over your perversion, got that? Said the man in the coat as he charged up his hands, causing Riko to back off from Sayuri. But what's that thing on her head, boss? Asked Ushi. Haven't you heard? Her quirk is based on her mind. She could very well kill us if it wasn't for that neural band on her head, Ox. Answered the man in the trench coat. Sayuri slowly raised her head and gave the three men an angry stare. She remembered how Riko and Ushi tried their best to capture her, but Sayuri was easily able to deflect all of their attacks. She was about to escape, but at the last moment, a large shockwave-like attack caused her to lose concentration and get hit by large blast. Sayuri lost conscious and before stood the same man who captured her. The man in the trench coat slowly proceeded towards her and grabbed her face. "TCH, what's with that face?" He let her go and slapped her face, but she didn't make a sound. She slowly raised her head with an annoyed expression. "I hope you men realize how much of a punishment you shall receive upon the police catching all of you. You truly must have no idea whom you are dealing with," threatened Sayuri while struggling through the pain. "Save the empty threats, girl. In 10 minutes, your neural band will completely knock you out, and by the time you wake up, you're gonna be on a ship out of here to our client," replied the man with the trench coat. "Just who are you people?" asked Sayuri. "Us. We're called the Enforcers and we're the best at what we do. I'm sure you've already met my boys Ox and Ricochet. But you can call me, the Shocker," said Shocker as he charged up his hands. Sayuri's eyes began to glow purple as she tried to muster up the last of her strength to break free from the device. "Yo, boss, look out." The man in the trench coat turned around and smiled before pressing a button on his remote, which caused Sayuri to scream as the neural band began to electrocute her whole body. As the shock stopped, she fell sideways on the floor. "Tisk tisk, can't have you trying to escape now. You're our precious merchandise," jeered the villain. Sayuri was losing all strength in her body, she could barely keep her eyes open. But she refused to be weak, she still tried to find a way to escape. "You must never falter." Sayuri remembered the words of her family. "My body won't move," thought Sayuri. "You are in a league of your own," said Sayuri's mother. "I can't use my quirk because of this contraption on my head." "You must be strong," said Sayuri's father. "I must get back up. You are the daughter of the Mitsuko family. Remember the responsibilities you bear for having this name," said Sayuri's father as the image cleared and she remembered everything about her past as a child. With combination of being the perfect daughter with both an amazing quirk and wealth, she was always made to be the perfect daughter. They never took any form of failure kindly and always were strict on her ever since she was young. Which only meant reaching their expectations and never having a life or a dream of her own. "I won't be afraid, I'm not concerned. Sayuri thought, but she felt something. Her body began shivering as she could feel tears welling up in her eyes. "I am afraid. No one will come save me," thought Sayuri as she began losing her vision and became paralyzed with fear. She saw the keychain of All Might in front of her that Izuku gave her. "Now I understand. This feeling of helplessness. When people are trapped in the dark, they look for a light. No matter how small or frail, any kind of hope." Sayuri remembered that she was the protector and that she saved a lot of students from being bullied, but the one person that kept coming in her mind was Izuku and how she always stood up for him. But for the first time, Sayuri understood what it meant to be a victim. "Someone, please help me," whispered Sayuri as her eyes were about to close. Just then, Izuku crashed through the glass roof, catching both Shocker and Sayuri off guard. "What the?" Shocker had no time to respond as Izuku immediately swung down with a web line and kicked him directly on his torso. Shocker went flying back and crashed into the wall as the red and blue figure safely landed on the ground. Ricochet tried to charge towards Izuku, but then he quickly fired a web line, landing on Riko. Izuku then used his strength to toss Ricochet towards Ushi. Ushi stumbled back and accidentally landed on a broken electrical box which electrocuted both of them. Izuku fired a widespread webbing which trapped them both. Sayuri and Shocker turned their attention to Izuku and saw him wearing a red mask with plastic lenses with a chrome covering which enabled him to see out. He was wearing red pants with a blue hoodie with a smudged spray-painted black spider symbol. Finally, his wrists had 2 silver mechanical devices and a utility belt. "You don't have to worry anymore. I'm here now, and this time I will protect you," said Izuku in an unrecognizable muffled voice. Shocker and Sayuri couldn't believe who they were looking at because they had no idea who the heck he was. Who the hell are you? Questioned Shocker in a shock, no pun intended. Don't tell me you haven't heard of me. I am the almighty Spider-Man, answered Izuku as she posed like All Might, which caused everyone in the room to go quiet. Almighty? Really, Midoriya, could you be any more of an All Might fanboy right now? Asked Hatsume in embarrassed tone. What, I thought it was pretty cool, whispered Izuku. Can't say that I've ever heard of you. But I'll squash you like the bug you are, threatened Shocker. Oh, actually, spiders aren't really insects. They're arachnids, said Izuku, but his reply was greeted with a large energy blast from Shocker's hand. However, this time Izuku was ready and quickly got out of the way before it even reached him. Dude, that was really lame. But nice dodge. Anyways, I've sent all the footage from your mask to the police, they'll be on their way now, replied Hatsume. Shocker had no idea, but Izuku was watching the whole ordeal and they had the evidence they needed to have the heroes on the way. Izuku had to try his best to not to rush in like he did last time as he saw the state that Sayuri was in, but he knew he had to be sensible and wait for the perfect opportunity. I don't know how you found us, but now that you have, I'm afraid it's too risky leaving you alive. I'm gonna put you where you belong. In the ground. Shocker closed his fists and immediately sent a blast towards Izuku, but with his heightened senses, he could feel the attack coming and quickly jumped to side of wall to dodge it. But as the shockwave continued traveling, the wall behind him exploded as it came in contact. What the hell was that? Said Izuku as he saw the power emanating from Shocker. What's the matter? What's going on? Asked Hatsume. He's shooting some kind of sound blast from his hands. They're strong enough to destroy walls in an instant, answered Izuku as he continued web zipping around the room while dodging the blasts. Judging from my camera, he seems to be shooting some kind of concentrated blast of compressed air with a destructive frequency. That's amazing, said Hatsume. How about we try not to be impressed and think of a plan to stop him? Said Izuku as he fired a few web shots towards Shocker, but he immediately put his arms together which formed a sound barrier, disintegrating the webs. Izuku fired a web line on a tool shelf behind Shocker and pulled it, causing it to topple all over him. Shocker proceeded to blast the shelf off and took off his hat and trench coat, revealing a yellow spandex-like suit which covered him from head to toe and a metallic gauntlet in each arm. Oh, okay. But something's not right. For someone to be that close to those vibrations, it would kill them. But how come he isn't affected? Asked Hatsume. I don't know. Maybe he's just used to it, or do you think it could be the suit? Answered Izuku. Look, that's not what matters. Midoriya, you know what you have to do. Save the girl, don't fight the bad guy, and get out of there as soon as you can. I've already sent the footage to the news station and the location of this place to the police. Let's just save the girl and get out already, said Hatsume as she continued typing on her computer. Got it, Hatsume. Thanks. All right, Midoriya, time to get to work. First, prioritize Sayuri's safety. Izuku kept dodging until he fired several web blasts directly on Shocker's face. What the fuck? What is this shit? Cursed Shocker as he tried to rip off the webbing on his face. Perfect. Now's my chance. Izuku swung down to Sayuri and picked her up bridal style. Seeing that Shocker was still distracted, he quickly jumped up to the upper level area of the room. Izuku noticed that Sayuri was twitching in pain and quickly untied her whilst removing the circlet device on her head. Seiyu, I mean, are you okay, young lady? Asked Izuku. Sayuri was slowly regaining herself with the neural band finally off her head. She slowly opened her eyes and envisioned Izuku holding her in his arms, but upon a closer look, she saw the red mask and white lenses. My head. Who are? Asked a weakened Sayuri. Don't worry, I'm going to get us out of here. The police are already on the way and... No, we can't. There are other students here. They will kill. Sayuri attempted her best to explain the situation, but she was too weak. Other students. Hatsume, we've got a problem. There are still other students trapped here that they're about to kill. How do I find them? Okay, give me a second. Hatsume immediately began typing on her computer, which caused her bird bot to fly inside the building. "What is that?" asked Izuku in amazement. "This is a prototype of my mini bot. I call this guy Bird Bot. I'm gonna have him scan the building and I'll update you as soon as I find something. Until then, just stay safe and don't fight the shocker guy." The bird bot proceeded to fly away and went through the ventilation system to scan the building. Sayuri then grabbed Izuku's hoodie, getting his attention. "Please, help them," requested Sayuri with the last of her strength, but Izuku held her as he gently placed her down. Even now, when she's in peril, she's prioritizing the safety of others. "You're amazing, Sayuri. Don't worry, I'll make sure they're safe. I will protect you now," said Izuku, but as Sayuri heard those last words, she could almost tell who it was because his voice felt so familiar. She could feel her heart relax as she lost conscious. "Damn you, freak, where are you?" yelled Shocker. Izuku laid Sayuri in a safe spot before going back to see where Shocker was. "Hatsume, what is it?" replied Hatsume. "Shocker, any ideas on what kind of weakness he may have?" asked Izuku as he turned his attention to the villain. "Well, nothing in particular comes to mind. But you have to distract him in the meantime until the heroes arrive. The ETA is 40 minutes. 40 minutes? How am I supposed to distract him for that long? I don't know. But remember, you need to conceal your identity. So, try to make yourself some you're normally not. And think, what would you do?" advised Hatsume. Upon hearing her advice, Izuku kept imagining in his head what his opposite attitude would be like, and something came to mind, or rather someone. The only person that came to his mind was Bakugo and his extremely overconfident attitude. Izuku just remembered about how he always made fun of him and made him feel useless, but more importantly, how he always felt reassured because of one thing: he knew that he couldn't be beat. "All right, I think I know what to do," said Izuku as he wall crawled into the shadows and began to release his inner Bakugo. "You know, you're actually quite strong. Ever thought about becoming a good guy?" asked Izuku, but Shocker immediately started looking around and fired a shockwave towards the source of the sound. "No, never. Too many rules to follow. Besides, I love what I do. Hunting," replied Shocker as he continued firing around. "Hunting? Like a caveman? I've never heard of someone hunting with such a powerful quirk. Especially children," said Izuku. "Well, whatever my clients want. I never fail to deliver, and I'm not gonna let a stupid costumed freak stop me now." "You're calling me a freak? You're the one who looks like walking cheese. Even smell like it. When was the last time you washed that suit?" joked Izuku. "Grr, don't you mock me," roared Shocker as he began frantically firing in all directions. Luckily Izuku was able to dodge them, but he noticed how the blasts were getting too close to Sayuri and the structure of the building was beginning to weaken. "No, this isn't good. He's closing in on her. I need to make him focus on me," thought Izuku as he fired a web line on a roof and swung down. "You know, for a guy who's supposed to be a mysterious villain, you sure loud, and a lousy shot," insulted Izuku as he got near to Shocker to deliver a kick. But Shocker gathered his energy and sent out a circular shockwave which sent Izuku flying and crashing into a wall. "Let's see you dodge this," threatened Shocker as he slowly started walking towards Izuku. However, Izuku twisted his right web shooter and shot out a web line towards Shocker, but he was able to dodge it easily. "And you call me a lousy shot?" insulted Shocker. "Wasn't aiming for you," said Izuku as the web line bounced from the wall and ricochets upwards towards the ceiling fan. Upon coming in contact with his web line, the fan fell towards Shocker. "Oh please." Shocker simply blasted away the fan, but before he could turn back, Izuku fired a web line on his back and started swinging him around and threw Shocker towards a trash corner. Izuku took a second to breathe since he used a good portion of his strength for that attack, but in that moment, Shocker fired another shockwave towards Izuku. This time coming in full contact with him, slamming him towards a wall. "Bullseye!" yelled Shocker as he got the debris off himself. Izuku was groaning as he slowly got up, but something felt different. What's going on? He shot me with the same blast before, yet it's not as painful," thought Izuku as he slowly got up. Shocker started making his way towards Izuku, but then a tiny drop of water from the ceiling fell and landed on a tiny rip on Shocker's suit, causing him to flinch. "Gah! What the? No! There's a tear in my suit," said Shocker with annoyance. Izuku immediately noticed the weakness and thought of a plan. "What, you don't like water? Then it was a pretty bad idea to base your operations in the docks, don't you think?" said Izuku. Izuku quickly fired a web line on a tire and threw it towards Shocker. While distracted, he quickly changed the setting on his web shooter again, but this time, to thick goop. Jumping over Shocker, Izuku sprayed Shocker with his web goop all over his gauntlets. "Arg! What is this? Disgusting!" yelled Shocker as he tried to fire from his left gauntlet, but due to the web goop blocking the device, it began to break and broke down. "No, my gauntlet," said Shocker as he grabbed his left hand. Izuku noticed an important detail about Shocker. He was never using a quirk but rather a gadget to emit those powerful shockwaves. "Hatsume, it's not a quirk. He was only shooting through his gauntlets," said Izuku. "Really? Is there any way of disabling them?" asked Hatsume. "Way ahead of you," said Izuku. "Damn you, brat, I'm gonna kill you, and when I find that stupid bitch, I'm gonna make sure to rip her limb from limb," threatened Shocker. Little did he know that upon hearing those words, Izuku clenched his fist with anger. Izuku ran over to Shocker and dodged his left hook. Shocker immediately tried to fire from his right gauntlet, but then Izuku did a spinning kick to push his right arm away. Using the momentum of his spinning kick, he spun once again and delivered a strong kick to Shocker's face, sending him flying, but Izuku quickly pulled him back to the floor with a web line. Izuku then picked up Shocker and punched him directly in his stomach, causing the villain to clench his stomach in pain. Izuku fired a thick goop of web on Shocker's back and threw him to the corner of the wall. Izuku continued firing a barrage of webs until Shocker was completely immobilized like a prey on a spider's web. With one last attack left in him, Shocker fired one last attack from his gauntlet, but Izuku easily jumped out of the way as the attack landed on a water pipe. Water began to spray everywhere and an idea came to mind. Izuku fired a web line on the broken pipe and aimed it towards Shocker. As the water began to enter his suit, it began to short-circuit and damage itself. With everything beginning to weaken, his gauntlets discharged a powerful electrical shockwave like he gave Sayuri. After a while, Izuku closed the broken water pipe with his webbing. He turned his attention to Shocker, who was finally down for the count. "That was for Sayuri," thought Izuku as he fell on his back and smiled at his victory, but this moment was going to be short-lived. "Midoriya, is everything okay?" asked Hatsume. "I'm fine. It's over. They're all taken care of," responded Izuku. "I wish we could celebrate this moment, but we've got big problems." "What's the matter?" asked Izuku. "I found the students. You need to hurry. The students are trapped in fridges in the trash compactor. You need to stop them," said Hatsume in a panic as she observed several minions toss fridges with students still trapped inside towards the compactor. "I'm on it," said Izuku as he quickly began to run towards the compactor room, and saw the machine beginning to crush garbage inside the compactor. Several goons were there as well, but upon seeing Izuku, they didn't even bother to fight and started running away. Normally Izuku could have mopped the floor with them, but he didn't have time as his focus was shifted to the students. "Hatsume, how do I stop this thing?" asked Izuku as he swung towards the controls. "Look for a red shutdown button. It should deactivate the compactor," instructed Hatsume. Izuku looked around for the switch and found the button. He quickly slammed the red button, but the machine didn't stop. "What the? Hatsume, it's not working. It won't stop," said Izuku in a panic. "What? They must have jammed the controls. Can you get the fridges out of there?" Looked around and saw that there were at least 9 fridges with students trapped inside them. Even though he could easily lift fridges with minimal effort, there was no way that he could be able to save them all. "Too late, it's already crushing everything," exclaimed Izuku as he saw the machine continue to crush the fridges. Seeing no options, he finally thought of a plan. "Hatsume, I've got a plan. What are you gonna do?" asked Hatsume. "Something stupid," replied Izuku. Izuku immediately jumped into the machine and started using his arms to push back each side. Hatsume watched through her bird bot and saw what Izuku was attempting but couldn't believe it. Midoriya, what are you doing? That's an 1850 psi hydraulic press. That's physically impossible. Right now, I don't have time to think about what's possible or not. I've just gotta to do what I gotta do. Izuku summoned every ounce of strength inside his body, even to a point where his outfit began ripping due to his muscles flexing. He could see the students as the fridge doors began to crush open. Izuku closed his eyes and began to concentrate because right now, he needed a miracle. A few days ago, Izuku was at the beach with All Might in his skinny form as he was trying his best to use One for All. Izuku was trying his best to summon the power in his right hand but no matter how much he tried, it wasn't showing. After a last-ditch effort, Izuku fell on his back and started breathing heavily due to fatigue. Still nothing? Asked All Might. Izuku got up and slowly shook his head with disappointment. No, I don't understand. Is there something I'm doing wrong? Asked Izuku as he inspected his body. Don't worry about it, nobody becomes perfect in one day. I mean I certainly didn't. It took me a while to get a hang of One for All's power as well but it was easier for me since I was quite well built. Explained All Might. But what about me? If I can't use One for All then how I will live up to your expectation? How will I become a hero? Listen young Midoriya, One for All is a special power but at the end of the day, it's still just a quirk. Like a muscle in your body, you need to train it to become stronger and get used to it. Said All Might. Present. Its power will not respond to a desire but rather a need. You have to make One for All believe that its power is being used for the greater good. Instead of forcing the power out, you should concentrate on letting the power spread through you and make yourself stronger. Izuku began to remember the words of All Might during their training. At that moment, he could feel something beginning to emanate from his body. His entire body began to glow as pink lines were covering his whole body and energy was dispersing before he felt stronger. Aargh! Izuku roared at the top of his lungs as he used all of his strength alongside the power of One for All. Hatsume slowly watched in awe as Izuku actually started pushing back the press causing the machine to overload. Izuku roared as he was destroying the machine as it began shaking violently before going into smoke and stopped functioning altogether. He fell back after feeling exhausted from how much power he brought out. Hatsume couldn't believe how Izuku actually managed to do the impossible and actually save those kids. Midoriya, are you okay? Asked Hatsume. Izuku looked around and saw that luckily all the students were safe. Sadly, the only casualty of the whole event was Izuku's new outfit. He slowly made his way out of the machine. I'm fine, I have to help them. Izuku began opening all the fridges and found each of the missing students one by one. Yeah, the heroes and police are still a while away from reaching you, said Hatsume as she checked the ETA of the heroes' arrival. Izuku quickly ran back to the main room and went back to where he last left of Sayuri. Thankfully, Sayuri wasn't harmed from all of Shocker's random attacks. He picked her up bridal style and took her to safety with all the other students. Hearing the sirens approaching soon, Izuku quickly web-zipped himself to the roof and left through one of the holes created by Shocker's attack. Moments later, the heroes and police arrived to the scene to see the results of all the chaos that had ensued between Izuku and Shocker. Ushi and Riko were still knocked out but what the heroes couldn't believe was the state of Shocker and how he was trapped on the wall. The police went around with the other heroes and found the missing students together but what they didn't understand was what had transpired and why there was so much web-like substance everywhere. All Might on the other hand was looking around and shaking his head as he was able to realize what had actually happened. Goodness, young Midoriya, you just couldn't sit still, could you? Said All Might but he wasn't actually angry, rather he was impressed. After a while, All Might took the students outside and took them all to the ambulance to take care of all of their injuries. Sayuri was about to be taken to the hospital but then she slowly opened her eyes and saw that she was outside with the heroes. What is? Said Sayuri weakly as she tried to get up. Miss Mitsuko, you're awake. Worry not, you're safe now, said All Might. Sayuri was trying to gather her thoughts as she tried to understand the current situation. All Might. What happened? Asked Sayuri. To be honest, I was hoping you would be able to tell me. Do you know what transpired here? Asked All Might. Sayuri tried her best to remember what she had seen, and then, it all came flooding back to her. She remembered the hero in red and blue who came crashing in and kicked away Shocker and took out the two henchmen. You don't have to worry anymore. I'm here now, and this time I will protect you. Remembered Sayuri, which caused her heart to skip a beat. She felt something in her pocket. Sayuri proceeded to take out a little scratched All Might key ring with a piece of paper webbed to it which read, "Happy Birthday and Merry Christmas, .. At that moment, it finally hit 12 o'clock midnight, which meant it was officially December 25th, Christmas and Sayuri's birthday. Snow slowly began to fall from the sky and everyone's attention was taken by the sudden change in weather. But in the corner of Sayuri's eye, she saw the shadow of Izuku standing atop a building from afar. He watched as the heroes were taking care of Sayuri and the other students. Feeling like his mission was complete, he jumped off and swung away. Sayuri smiled as she held the small All Might keyring softly. I was rescued by a hero, answered Sayuri. Izuku carried on swinging away to get to the hospital ASAP just in case anyone found out he left. After a while, Izuku landed on the roof of the hospital and he took off his mask and hoodie. He inspected his body to see if there were any noticeable damages since he took a direct hit from Shocker's gauntlet, but surprisingly, there was nothing. Izuku pressed on his earpiece and tried to contact Hatsume. Hatsume, you still there? Asked Izuku. Yeah, man. I can't believe we just did that. That was awesome. The way you fought the Shocker, how you stopped the compactor and even saved those kids, said Hatsume in excitement. Izuku smiled as he heard her words. Thank you for all that you did. I wouldn't have been able to save Sayuri if it wasn't for you. Your web shooters worked like a charm and they really saved me in so many occasions. You really did make me the perfect gadget. I really owe you one. Thanked Izuku, which made Hatsume blush at his compliment. Hey, don't mention it. It's as I said, what are partners for, right? I'm just glad those kids are safe. But listen Midoriya, we need to lay low now. You and me, we've committed a serious crime. You're right, I'll get rid of this outfit so no one can find it. I'll go back to the hospital, hopefully no one noticed I was gone. Good idea, we need to let the heroes continue the investigation. Hopefully, they'll focus on the criminals and students rather than trying to find us. Also Midoriya, not that this wasn't fun, but I think we need to break contact as well. The exam is 2 months away and I would rather keep my chances of getting in safe, if you don't mind, said Hatsume. That's fine by me. I hope to see you there in 2 months. Merry Christmas, Hatsume. Merry Christmas, Midoriya, said Hatsume before she cut off the transmission with Izuku. She took a deep breath as she realized that this ordeal was over and thankfully, Izuku was safe. But her thoughts kept going back to how cool he was when fighting the villains. She kept smiling as her face began to blush. I knew you'd be a good hero, said Hatsume. And thus ended my first ever mission as Spider-Man. I really wasn't expecting my first hero mission to go the way it did, but thankfully it ended without a problem. I learned a lot of lessons during this whole ordeal, to realize that powers don't make me perfect. I'll make mistakes and I'll fall during my journey, but it's the strength to get back up and confronting my mistakes that make me stronger. And with only 2 months remaining, I spent them training, one for all, with All Might, learning about my powers and how to better them. He kept telling me about it was easy for him to use it when he got it, but for some reason, I was the first user to have difficulty accessing its power. But in the 2 months of training, I learned to tap into 2% of my power. Now that wasn't much of an increase, but with my spider powers and agility, it was like an enhancement which allowed me to lift a locomotive. I called this power, one for all, full cowling. I realized that in order for me to use the power accordingly, I had to spread the power around my body instead of one part of my body. But there were still plenty of secrets to be unlocked, in due time. 2 months later, February 14th, 12 days before the exam. The story of the mysterious spider hero was still the talk of the town. Izuku had really hoped that the story would die down and it would be safe for him to use his spider powers again, but for the time being, he decided to keep it a secret so that no one would accuse him. And so, he enjoyed his school life as he was walking towards class. On the way, he noticed how all the boys were standing around the hallway in classes, attempting to get the attention of the girls in the class. "Midoriya," said Miss Ayumi, who was wearing her usual nurse attire for school. Izuku turned around to see her walking towards him with a box of supplies for her office. "Miss Ayumi, how are you? Please let me help you with those," offered Izuku as he took the box from her hand. "Why thank you, Midoriya. You know, I almost didn't recognize you. You're so different compared to last year," said Ayumi as the two continued walking towards her office. She looked over the boy and remembered him last year when he was still a skinny timid boy, but now, without even using her quirk, she could tell that he grew into a real strong young man. "I've been working hard to apply for UA, and I think I'm ready," said Izuku with a smile. "I agree. You're certainly not the same kid I knew about a year ago," said Ayumi. "Really? Yes, you've grown so much, Midoriya. I'm truly happy to see you get so far. If there's anyone that I believe can get into UA, it's you. Your hard work has finally paid off." As the two finally reached her office, Izuku put the box down and gave her a bow of thanks for her compliment. "Thank you, Miss Ayumi. I won't let you down," said Izuku as he got ready to leave for class. "Oh wait, I have something for you," said Ayumi as she went into her office and opened her bag. She took out a little see-through plastic which had chocolates with different shapes such as hearts and diamonds. Ayumi offered them to Izuku with her hands. "Happy Valentine's Day," said Ayumi as she gave the chocolates to a confused Izuku. "Wow, thank you, Miss Ayumi," said Izuku in a flustered manner, because even though he was a lot more confident, around women he was not. Ayumi however smiled at his reaction and gave him a thumbs up. "Go get Tiger," said Miss Ayumi as she watched the young boy smile and walk away to his class. Izuku didn't know it, but she had been watching him since last year. Since the incident with Bakugo, her quirk helped her realize that he was reaching a stage of depression. She was worried about his mental state, but after that day, he had become stronger both mentally and physically. She was surprised at the change he went through, but she was happy to say the least. Later, it was the end of the day at Aldera Junior School. Most of the female students had already left the school. However, all the boys were either still waiting in class or just wandering around the hallways, besides Bakugo, who already went home. Izuku, on the other hand, was walking towards his desk to get his stuff so he could focus on his other activities. The boys in the class were just looking around. "Well, what should I do now? I'm going to hang out here for a bit longer, but I don't know what to do. Not like there's anything for me to do at home. Anyway, I got it. I'll go up to the roof or something. I'm going to be behind the school building. You know, just because." The boys in the classroom were loudly exclaiming their position in school today because obviously, it was Valentine's Day. Even in a junior school, most of the guys had their pride to fight against to receive chocolate from as many girls as they could, but hardly any of them ever got them. In the 3 years that he was in junior school, Izuku was one of the boys who never received any actual chocolate besides Jiri obligation chocolate. But Izuku didn't mind. He never really had many interactions with the girls in his school besides Miss Ayumi and Sayuri. Miss Ayumi was more than happy to distribute chocolate with her fellow students, but more so as a motherly figure than romantic. If there's any solace to all of this, at least we're still better off than Izuku. I'd rather have no chocolate than no quirks. Yeah, who the heck would wanna give that wimp any chocolate? I know, right? Izuku started collecting the last of his stuff from the desk, but as he looked around for any other items, he felt something off in there. He slowly pulled out a small packet off his desk. It was a tiny hand-sized straw basket with several heart-shaped chocolates with different toppings such as stars, nuts, sprinkles and fruits. All the males in the classroom had their mouths hanging open the second they saw the chocolate in Izuku's hands. What? He got some. But WHO would want to. Izuku slowly took out one of the chocolates and ate it. He could really appreciate the taste and texture of the chocolate. A smooth, melt in the mouth, luxuriant, silky, heavenly taste, perfected by the combination of roasted hazelnuts and white cream. It was a taste that he could savor forever, but there was something even he was curious about. Just who gave them to him? Outside of the class, Sayuri was walking past her class but heard the uproar of the whole class. She looked inside to see that Izuku had a piece of the chocolate and the smile he had at its lovely taste. Sayuri turned around and leaned against the door before place her hands on her chest and opening her hands to reveal the All Might keyring with the message. "Don't worry, Midoriya will be your hero." Sayuri held the keyring softly before smiling at the gift. "Thank you, Midoriya." February 26th, 6 a.m. in the morning, Izuku slowly opened his eyes as the day he'd been training for nearly a year had finally arrived, the UA entrance exam. He could hardly sleep with the nervousness and little hint of excitement building up inside of him. He was pretty much a straight-A student when it came to studies at this point, and he was more than prepared for combat with his spider powers and one for all, limited to 2%. Izuku took a deep breath before hanging upside on his ceiling and started doing crunches. Afterwards, he did some standing push-ups with 2 fingers. He looked over to his calendar and circled the date of February 26th. Okay, the day's come. Today is the day I'll get into UA, thought Izuku as he proceeded to get ready. After a nice breakfast, Izuku took a shower, grabbed his sportwear, wore his Gakuin outfit and wore his signature red shoes as he got ready to leave. Inko looked at her son and couldn't believe how different he was in 10 months. Taller, stronger and more importantly, confident. "Izuku, do you have everything?" asked Inko nervously as she inspected his uniform. "Yes, Mom," replied Izuku as he wore his signature red shoes and stood up. "Tissues, exam ticket and lunch?" asked Inko. "Yes, Mom, I promise, I have them," said Izuku as he reached for the door and got ready to leave. "Izuku," said Inko. "What now, Mom?" asked Izuku impatiently as he turned back to his mom. "I just wish you nothing but the best, honey. With your newfound quirk, I hope you get into UA and make your dreams come true," cheered Inko, which brought a smile to Izuku's face. Inko wanted to support her son. She knew it would be tough for him since he had such a late start, but even so, she kept on believing that he could do it. "Thanks, Mom. I'll do my best," said Izuku as he smiled at his mom and left the building. Instead of running down the stairs, he decided to take the quicker route and jumped down from the railing before firing a web line from his web shooters to slow his landing. Once safely reaching the ground, Izuku made his way towards his destiny. UA entrance. Izuku ran to the gates of one of the most pristine and popular schools in the country, UA. Before him was the school which boasted the best heroics education in Japan, sitting atop of the hills which overlooked the city of Musudafu. Additionally, UA trained and produced the top 3 heroes, Best Jeanist, Endeavor and All Might. Izuku had every intention of following his idol's footsteps by joining the school which taught him. "I'm finally here. All that training with All Might, controlling my spider powers and the inheritance of One for All. Today's the day I prove myself," thought Izuku as he continued walking in. He looked around to see all sorts of students with different characteristics. There was a well-dressed boy with a brown suit and glasses, but he was walking in an odd pattern since he was swinging his arms as if he was marching. There was also a short-haired girl, who had long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. Izuku thought she was listening to music on her phone with her headphones, but to his surprise, she was using her ears literally as they had earphone jacks hanging from her earlobe. There was also another male student who had black hair which was just under shoulder length and bangs between his eyes. His appearance was mostly normal, but he was rather muscly and had a small scar above his right eye. There sure are a lot of participants. Guess the competition in gonna be tug, thought Izuku until his spider sense alerted him. He turned around to see Bakugo walking towards him wearing a thick black jacket and his school bag. The closer he got, the stronger his sense became, but just as Bakugo reached Izuku, the two gave each other a stare down. "Out of my way, Deku," warned Bakugo as he walked past Izuku. Other students around them started whispering amongst themselves as they saw Bakugo. "Hey, isn't that Bakugo? You mean the one from the sludge incident?" "Yeah, that's him. Oh boy, I hope I'm not in the same exam as him." Izuku watched as his former friend kept walking without paying attention to any of the students around him. However, what surprised him more was how little he said to him. Normally, he'd warn him to quit or give a few insults, but that was a response Izuku didn't expect. He wondered if their past interactions in the year changed his viewpoint on Izuku. Izuku sighed a breath of relief since he wasn't sure what to expect, but he knew one thing for sure: he wasn't afraid. That he may have told Bakugo that he wasn't going to compete against him, but now Izuku's changed his mind and going to aim for the top. He carried on walking towards the entrance, but his spider sense warned him of someone running past him in a hurry. As that person kept running, she tripped on her own foot and was about to fall. However, Izuku quickly grabbed her by the stomach and caught her before she fell. He may have saved her, but that left them in a very awkward position as he realized that he was holding her for a little too long. The girl got back on her feet and started dusting herself off while Izuku shakingly took a few steps back. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Asked Izuku nervously. Even though he's been training for a year to get stronger, his attitude around girls was still the same. Besides the girls he's already acquainted with. Sorry, I'm a bit of a klutz. Thank you for catching me, said the brown-haired girl. He didn't know it at first, but he was surprised at how cute she was. The girl in front of him was short and slender with a curvaceous figure. Fair-skinned with pink blushes on her cheeks, large eyes with brown irises. Additionally, she wore a winter school uniform with a brown jacket and pink scarf. It's okay. I'm just glad you're okay. Wouldn't want you to get hurt on this important day, right? Replied Izuku as he nervously brushed his hair. Oh, of course. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, greeted Uraraka. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Likewise, said Izuku as both of them bowed to each other. As the students were walking past, they couldn't believe the scene that was before them. A moment later, they both realized that it was getting awkward since neither were moving. Both of them slowly got up and caught each other's gaze. Well, good luck, said Uraraka as she ran in while covering her face. But as she ran in, her face was burning red and she had a little goofy smile after her interaction with Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, was shaking on the spot since he couldn't believe he actually spoke to another girl. Oh wow, I can't believe I did it. I spoke to another girl, thought Izuku. He'd only ever been in the good books of his mother, Miss Ayumi, Hatsume and Sayuri. Izuku didn't really have that much confidence when it came to girls. It seems like you are having an exciting morning, said a familiar female voice. Izuku started feeling a chill behind his back. He slowly turned around and saw a familiar face walking towards him. The students all began chattering and whispering as they watched Sayuri walk before them. Not many students had ever seen Sayuri in person before and they were all stunned by her beauty. She wore a black jacket and purple scarf as she tightly held her bag walking forward. As Sayuri carried on walking towards the entrance, her expression became cold. Sayuri, why you're here too? Asked Izuku in a panic. Of course, I am. I want to become a hero too, replied Sayuri in a cold voice as she walked over to him. But I thought you had the letter of recommendation, asked Izuku. He was sure that with her talent and connections, Sayuri would have been able to enter UA without any need of completing the exam. I did, but if I ever hope to enter this prestigious school, I wish to do so with my own merit, replied Sayuri, surprising Izuku. You're amazing, Sayuri. Normally, I'm sure anybody would have taken the chance to get a free pass to get into UA, but you never liked having things easily handed to you. That's why I really like why, thought Izuku, but then Sayuri grabbed his collar and started dragging him towards the entrance. But enough of that. With your flirting and standing around, you have wasted too much time. We must enter now, said Sayuri in an annoyed manner while Izuku had a confused expression. Wait, I was what? Asked Izuku as he continued being dragged along. Exam orientation. The students were all sat around a large lecture hall room while there was a teacher at the front with a large digital screen behind him. They were separated based off their individual schools and achievements. Izuku was sat in the middle of both Sayuri and Bakugo, so he was already feeling the tension of the two people beside him. This is awkward. thought Izuku as he could feel the annoyance just pouring out of Bakugo for having to sit to Izuku and Sayuri. Sayuri was calmly sat down next to Izuku, but even she was feeling the frustration of having Bakugo next to Izuku as she tightly held her pen. A center light appeared on the teacher. A tall, slim man with long blonde hair took everyone's attention. He wore a black outfit with sunglasses and a mic-like device around his neck. This hero was... Hello, young listeners. Present Mike here. I will be your host for today's exam. Welcome to my show here at UA High. Everybody say hey, said Present Mike. However, he was met with a cold reception as no one responded. What a refined response. Then I'll simply explain the practical exam to all you young listeners. Are you ready? Asked Present Mike in his usual loud voice, only to be met with a silent response once again. Oh my gosh, it's the voice hero, Present Mike. Wow, I listen to his podcasts every week. I'm so moved. Every teacher here is a pro hero. I can't believe I, muttered Izuku, getting the attention of all the students around him. Quiet, said Sayuri. Shut up, said Bakugo to Izuku in unison to stop him from muttering. Both of them gave each other an annoyed glance and turned away. Izuku slowly lowered his head since he realized what he had done. Now then, as it says on your application sheets, you will all be in a 2-hour written exam and then you'll be participating in a 10-minute mock battle. After the exam, you'll head to your specified battle center, okay? You're allowed to bring whatever equipment or tools you want for the practical exam, said Present Mike as the board behind showed different colored boxes from A to G which represented the different battle centers. All the students picked up their application cards to see which battle center they were assigned to. It seems as though they do not want people who are acquainted to be in the same exam, explained Sayuri as she analyzed her own card, Midoriya's and Bakugo's cards. She was in A, Izuku was in B and Bakugo was in C. You're right, Sayuri. Even though all three of our examinee numbers are consecutive, we're all in different battle centers, replied Izuku as he looked at Bakugo's card. Hey, don't look at my card, you assholes. TCH, and I was hoping to crush you both, said Bakugo in an annoyed manner. Young listeners, please remember what I'm about to tell you. There are 3 different types of foe villains which are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their difficulty level. The goal is simple, young listeners, all you have to do is use your quirk to immobilize these villains to gain points, explained Present Mike. All the students began to read their letters to see the different types of robots they were going to combat. Some of them even began to worry since they were not sure what they were up against. Oh, and don't worry young listeners, these robots were provided to us by our long-term partner, MechQuest. They've built these robots with every intention of giving everyone a fair fighting chance. There's no need to worry, they won't kill you. However, they're no easy targets either, so watch yourself, young listeners, explained Present Mike, which let a few students breathe a sigh of relief. Izuku began to wonder since MechQuest seemed like a familiar name to him while Sayuri tightly held her pen upon hearing that name. Another important rule to remember, attacking other examinees or committing unheroic actions are prohibited. So, remember to be sensible, said Present Mike. Excuse me, sir, I am examinee number 7111, Iida Tenya. May I ask a question? Asked Iida, getting the attention of all the students. Izuku looked closer and remembered that Iida was the student who was walking awkwardly in the morning. Sure, replied Present Mike as a spotlight shined upon Iida. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains listed. If this is a mistake, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed. We examinees are here because we wished to be molded into exemplary heroes, said Iida, surprising everyone. Wow, he sure is serious, whispered Izuku to Sayuri, who gave a small chuckle in response. Additionally, you there with the curly hair, said Iida as he pointed directly towards Izuku, catching him off guard. You've been muttering this whole time. If you're simply here to waste time, then you should leave immediately, warned Iida with a serious glare. Izuku simply lowered his head in response to Iida's words, but Sayuri patted his back to make him feel better while some of the other students began lightly laughing. Okay, Examinee number 7111. Thanks for the great message, and you're absolutely right, there is a fourth villain. However, that villain is worth 0 points. So essentially, he's just an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center, and while it's not impossible to defeat, there's no reason to defeat it, either. I recommend you guys simply stay away from it. Explained Present Mike. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting, said Iida as he bowed to present Mike and sat back down. I see, it's like obstacles you avoid in a video game. This whole scenario sounds like a video game. That's all from me, young listeners. Remember, we're not just going to be judging you on how well you can fight, but rather your capability of making difficult choices during battle. As Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortune. Show us what you got and go beyond, plus ultra, said Present Mike. All the students began to get up and proceeded to head towards their assigned exam room. However, little did everyone know, someone else was also watching the whole presentation from a camera in the room. Elsewhere, in a dark office, a man who hacked into a camera and who also had his face hidden was plotting a sinister plan. He pressed a button on his keyboard and it began to activate a hacking program. Battle Center B. After the exam, all the students changed into their sport wear. They all gathered around their assigned battle centers. Izuku was patting his chest while breathing slowly. He was very nervous after the morning meeting. After the way a certain student roasted him in front of all the other participants, he wasn't feeling quite good about himself, but Izuku couldn't help his admiration of his heroes. Izuku felt extremely comfortable about the written exams since he predicted every question and studied for them. He was wearing his signature red shoes, light blue jacket and sweatpants. Afterwards, he lifted his sleeves to reveal his web shooters to check that they were full of Hatsume's homemade webs. Izuku also made sure to eat plenty so that he wouldn't run out randomly during the exam. He looked around and noticed a lot of different participants around him, all with particular features and quirks that made them stand out. He remembered a few names during the roll call before entering the exam. Mina Ishido, a girl with pink skin and hair with strange antennae on her head. Iida Tenya, who was wearing a blue jumpsuit with space for his legs exhausts. Rikido Sato, a tall muscly boy who was consuming packets of sugar. Kyoka Jiro, the girl with earphone jacks hanging on her ear. Eijiro Kirishima, a muscly young man above average height with red eyes and black hair. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Guess the competition is gonna be tough, thought Izuku as he continued looking around, but in the corner of his eye, he could have sworn he saw a girl with frog-like features who seemed familiar. Of course, we remember her as Tsuyu Asui. Was that, thought Izuku as he continued to look around, but at that moment. You, said Iida as he grabbed Izuku's shoulder, surprising Izuku. You, what are you doing here? Are you just here to interfere with the rest of us? Asked Iida in an annoyed manner. And no, of course not. I'm here to apply for the hero course, replied Izuku. All the surrounding students were watching the two interact and they all felt slightly relieved that Izuku was their competition. Why do I feel like everybody feels relieved that I'm here? Thought Izuku. Okay everybody, it's time to start. Come on, there's no time to wait. Get going, yelled Present Mike. Izuku turned around after hearing the announcement, but everyone else had already began running. Oh man, I have to go, yelled Izuku as he tried to follow behind. Izuku ran inside the city-like area and saw everyone engage in combat. Several robots arrived into the scene and began attacking the contestants, but they weren't dangerous as they were just practice robots. Right before Izuku arrived a one-point robot and he got into a fighting position. Awesome, now's my chance, thought Izuku as he ran towards the robot. The robot charged at Izuku and swung its arm at him, but Izuku easily jumped over him, firing a web line to trap the robot before landing and pulling it into the air. Perfect. Now if I just slam it into the ground, I should get a point, said Izuku as he got ready to slam the robot, but mid-air, a blue laser destroyed the robot. Izuku looked up to see that there was nothing remaining of the robot as the parts fell. He turned his attention to a flashy boy wearing a fancy outfit and belt which seemed to be the source of the blast. Merci, good man. I, Yuga Aoyama, would like to personally thank you for the free point. Adieu, said Aoyama before running off to find more robots. Izuku just stood there in shock as he realized that his point was taken from him before he even had the chance. Aw man, that was going to be my robot. Whatever, I need to get more points, said Izuku as he continued to run. Izuku went around the corner of the building in search of robots, but looking around, it was an absolute onslaught of robots. Looking around, there was hardly any robots left. He could hear people counting how many points they had while Izuku had none. He looked around to see Uraraka using her quirk, a form of levitation, to send the robots flying upwards and slamming them to the ground. Iida ran around at a blindingly quick speed and kicked the robots out of action. Ashido released some type of powerful acid from her hands and melted the robots away. Hiroshima hardened his arms and punched the robots with ease, smashing them to pieces. Sato was consuming sugar while delivering swift but powerful punches. No, 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 there are hardly any robots left. I need to do something quick. I need some points, thought Izuku as he began to panic. Monitor room. This was where all the professional teachers were sat, monitoring the entire exam and keeping an eye on all the students to see their behavior and actions. There was all manner of different heroes in the room, including All Might himself in his skinny form, wearing a yellow suit. Beside him were the other teachers of UA. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. As such, their ability to gather information will play a key role in this exam. Mobility, a calm mind, combat prowess, all the necessary abilities required to maintain the peace are what we will be analyzing, said a small animal-like hero wearing a smart suit. Another important feature he had was that he also had a scar on his right eye. This was Nezu, the principal pro-hero of UA. My, this year's candidates sure do look promising, don't they? Said a female teacher who wore a dominatrix-type outfit, a black leather leotard over a skin-tight white bodysuit. Well, we can't be sure just yet. After all, I believe it's time for the main event, said a male teacher as he pressed a button on the console in front of him. Battle Center B. Izuku web-zipped to the top of a building to survey the whole battlefield. His heart started pounding faster as he realized the number of robots were decreasing at a fast rate and he had not acquired a single point yet. Oh man, this is just the typical Midoriya luck. If I don't hurry up soon, all my training with All Might would have been for nothing. God, if I've ever needed a miracle, I need it now. Please, make a robot appear, begged Izuku in his mind as he continued looking around. At that moment, the Battle Center B began to shake as a large green robot began to emerge from the ground. All the students watched as the large robot slowly moved towards them, shattering the glass of buildings with nothing but its movements. It grabbed the top of the building as it slowly looked down towards the students. Upon having the students in its sight, it easily crushed the building by clenching its fist. Izuku, who was on the building the robot crushed, started falling down. He quickly fired a web line from his web shooter and swung away in time to get himself in a safe distance. That was not what I had in mind, thought Izuku as he began to shake in a panic. He then remembered about how Present Mike told him that the large robot was a 0-point robot, acting as an obstacle. The large robot punched the ground, sending a cloud of smoke and a shockwave towards the students. All the students quickly held on to something as they didn't want to be blown away. Question mark. From a dark room, the same man was watching the exam through his monitor screen. However, he leaned forward to show that he was wearing a black suit with black shoes while his face was still covered by the shadow. He watched the performance of the students, but a smirk came on his face as he pressed a button on his desk. An overwhelming threat. How people act after they've seen this shows their true nature. Now then, let the real test begin, said the mysterious man. On his screen, several codes began to appear as they began to transfer over to the UA devices. A few moments later, a message appeared on his screen which said, Level 3 activated. UA Exam Field AG. At that moment, the lights of all the robots began to shine brighter red. All the students watched as more robots began to appear from all the different buildings around them. They believed that the robots were simply coming towards them as if like it was the test, but they were all in for a terrible surprise. A 1-point robot rushed towards a group of students as they all got ready to fight back. One of the students used his quirk to extend his hand and tried to punch the robot, but the robot easily dodged his attack and retaliated with a powerful strike to his stomach. The student went flying back and struggled to breathe as he had the wind knocked out of him. The other students tried to attack the 1-point robot, but before they got the opportunity, a 2-point robot, which was shaped like a scorpion, used its tail to send the other students flying towards a building. All the students began running in a panic as the robots continued to attack them with lethal force. While some students were having better luck than others, many of the students were simply outmatched by the robot villains. While a major number of the students were able to run away from the battlefield and escape through the main entrance, there were several students still trapped around the field. Monitor room. The teachers all watched in horror as some of the students were beginning to get heavily injured as the robots all started attacking them mercilessly. What's wrong with the robots? Asked All Might as he got off his seat. We don't know. Someone's hacked into the system and turned on the level 3 combat mode for the robots, said one of the teachers as they tried to shut off the robots. Communications are being jammed. We can't shut them off either. They're being controlled remotely. Who's doing this? Said one of the console men as he tried to speak into the main microphone but with no luck. Teachers, get moving immediately. The students are in danger. We must ensure their safety, said Nezu as he jumped on to the computer and tried to warn the students and teachers on the field. The teachers all ran towards the separate battle centers and got themselves ready for combat. Be careful, students. We're on our way, thought All Might as he bulked up into his muscle form and ran as fast as he could. Battle Center B. Present Mike was still observing the large robot from a building next to it. He watched as a lot of the students began to run away in panic at the sight of the large robot villain. I told you, young listeners, avoid this big guy. There are times when a hero has to recognize that they're simply outmatched and therefore must get help. It's always important to recognize your limits and realize that a helping hand is needed, said Present Mike, but his wrist communicator began to buzz. However, as he tried to listen to what it was saying, only static was coming through the watch. Hello, someone trying to contact me, said Present Mike as he tapped on his wrist communicator. Ent am I, there, Probble, Robo, Gone Rug, said the communicator. Present Mike constantly kept trying to make his communicator work, but he couldn't decipher what was being said. What in the world is going on? What are they trying to? Said Present Mike, but before he could finish his sentence, he could feel danger approaching. Behind him was the large 0-point robot, which was supposed to be acting as an obstacle, but it suddenly became the most dangerous foe in the battle center. It quickly smashed the top of the tall building which Present Mike was standing on, sending the hero falling towards his doom. Present Mike, yelled Izuku as he swung through, dodging all the rubble and safely catching Present Mike in his arms. He was gravely injured as he was bleeding from his head and had his sunglasses broken. The situation only got worse as Izuku's spider sense alerted him that there were students all beneath them and that the rubble from the building was about to crush them. Izuku quickly twisted the setting on his web shooters to setting 6, which was one of Hatsume's ideas. Setting 6, Web Grenade. Fire these bad boys at your enemy and they'll explode into a thick layer of super durable web that can stop almost anything. But like my other special webbing, there are only a few of them. So, use them wisely, thought Izuku as he remembered Hatsume's words. He aimed carefully before firing several web grenades which fell through the rubble, exploding simultaneously into a very large web net which attached itself to the surrounding buildings and catching most of the rubble. It gave the students below plenty of time to escape, but as the rubble began to pile on top of each other, the web ripped and it fell through to the ground. With the students safe, Izuku continued to web swing through and safely landed down in front of the other students. The students all gathered around Izuku and Present Mike. Present Mike, said Iida as he knelt down to see his condition. Why young listeners, what's going on? Asked Present Mike weakly. The robots, They've all gone crazy. They all started attacking the students but in a more dangerous way. As if they're out to kill," explained Izuku, which surprised Present Mike. Then I have to stop," said Present Mike as he attempted to get back up, but Izuku stopped him. "No, sir, you can't. You're badly injured and there's no way you can move in your condition," said Izuku as he tried to stop him from moving, but he got up regardless and started limping towards the large robot. "Then listen up, young listeners. I don't know what's wrong with the robots, but you all have to escape from here. The other teachers must be on the way by now and I must ensure the safety of the students," said Present Mike weakly. But sir," said Iida, I was supposed to make sure that nothing went wrong during this exam and I couldn't live up to my responsibility as a teacher. If a single student dies today, I'll never be able to forgive myself. I must," said Present Mike as he slowly limped forward, but all the strength in his body left him and he was about to fall down. However, Izuku quickly grabbed the unconscious hero. "We need to go help those students," said Izuku as he webbed Present Mike's arm and bleeding head. "No, right now, we must evacuate safely and wait for the teachers to arrive." "Everyone let's go," said Iida. "But there could still be others out there. They need our help," said Izuku. Everyone looked away and preferred Iida's advice as opposed to Izuku's. They took Present Mike off Izuku's hands and began to run towards the entrance. The day of their test became a test of survival. Students from all different battle centers were all scared and running for their lives. Izuku realized he was fighting a losing battle and decided to follow them, but his spider sense alerted him of his surroundings. The world slowed down, showing him Sato and Kirishima running towards them, but the surrounding building on top of them was about to collapse. Behind them was Jiro and Aoyama, who were also trying to escape, but sadly, they were also in danger as debris was falling from above them. Finally, Izuku's spider sense showed him Uraraka, who had her foot trapped under some debris. She was trying her best to get out, but the pain was unbearable. She was also unaware that a large wall was about to fall on her. To make matters worse, 2 other participants were also in danger. On the left was Suyu, who was knocked out unconscious and with bad timing as debris was ready to fall on her. On the right was Ashido. She was awake but barely able to move. What made it worse was that a wall was about to fall on her. "What do I do? So many of them and they're all about to get hurt. I have to help them. But how?" thought Izuku. 7 students, all about to meet their doom, but there was only so much time left. Izuku immediately started running back, surprising Iida and the other participants. "What's he?" said Iida as he couldn't believe what Izuku was doing. Izuku jumped up and fired a web line to swing while dodging debris left and right. He looked up to see a large chunk of a building falling towards him. Izuku web zipped through from the first window of the broken building and escaped from the window across the building in one go as the building kept falling and crashed on the ground. The students all watched in awe as Izuku effortlessly flew through a broken building with ease. However, the students began to run while carrying Present Mike to safety, but Iida stayed behind and watched. As Izuku carried on swinging, he noticed Sato and Kirishima were still running. However, 2 one-point robots appeared and started using their minigun to shoot towards the 2. Luckily for them, they were only rubber bullets. Kirishima quickly hardened his arms and blocked all the damage to protect Sato, but little did they know, the real danger was above them. In the nick of time, Izuku fired from both of his web shooters, large web nets over them to stop the large building that was going to crush them. However, Izuku left a few debris to fall on the one-point robots and crush them. The 2 boys saw Izuku leap above their heads and saw how Izuku used his webs to stop the debris from falling on them. Right after, Izuku used a web line to swing down towards the Jiro and Aoyama, grabbing them both just in the nick of time to dodge the debris. Jiro held Izuku tightly around his chest, which made him blush while he used his sticky feet to grab Aoyama by his pants, slightly revealing his underwear. Afterwards, Izuku created a web net for them to safely land on as he gently threw them towards it. Jiro safely landed while Aoyama was hanging in an awkward position. Finally, he let his web line go and saw the 3 girls in front of him. Uraraka in the middle, Suyu on his left and Ashido on the right. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku quickly sprinted over to Uraraka and slammed his back against the wall that was about to fall on her. From his left hand, he fired another web line towards the wall that was about to fall on Ashido and stopped it from falling. From his right arm, he fired a long net-like web above Tsuyu and stopped it before it hit her. At that moment, Izuku not only managed to save one girl but all three at once. However, now he had no idea what to do next. His body was protecting Uraraka, while his arms were pulling his webs to protect the other two girls. This is bad. I've stopped them from getting hurt but I don't know what to do. I can't move, thought Izuku as the giant robot continued to approach them. He could feel his spider sense going haywire as the danger kept coming from all directions. I can't let them get hurt. I won't, thought Izuku as more debris began to pile on the wall on his back, causing his two legs to shake. Uraraka looked behind to see Izuku gather every ounce of his strength to slowly push the wall off his back. However, his spider sense alerted him of another large debris falling on him. With all the weight that was stacked on his back, this would crush him and the girls since he wouldn't be able to handle the weight. The only way he would have been able to react was if he let go of one of the webs, but Izuku closed his eyes as he hoped for the best. Just as the debris was about to land on him, a purple discus flew in and smashed the debris to pieces. Izuku looked up to see Sayuri flying towards him with several purple projectiles floating beside her. She was wearing purple sport leggings, a black sport vest, white shoes, and she had her hair in a ponytail. Sayuri jumped up, using her projectiles as a launch pad while destroying more incoming debris. Sayuri, what are you doing here? Asked Izuku in confusion as he watched her create a large purple hexagonal shape above them to protect them. Repaying the favor, I've already taken care of the robot in my battle center and I came to help, answered Sayuri as she summoned more projectiles to lift the debris on the top off Izuku. 10 minutes ago, before Sayuri joined Battle Center B, she was easily destroying the 1 to 3 point robots, giving other students safe passage to the exit. The large green robot finally appeared in her battlefield, but she had no fear as she used her projectile as a makeshift hoverboard to fly through the city. Afterwards, she dodged the incoming punch from the large robot and began to gather her projectiles into one large hexagon-shaped discus which began to spin rapidly. Enough of this nuisance, said Sayuri as she threw her large hexagonal discus and sliced the robot's head off. Afterwards, Sayuri landed on a building and started breathing heavily as that attack left quite a toll on her head. But she looked over to the battle center beside her and saw the robot crush a building. Sayuri then realized that it was the battle center that Izuku was in. Midoriya, said Sayuri as she quickly jumped off the building and started flying on her quirk. However, she was feeling weak with how much of her quirk she had used. Battle Center B, watch out, yelled Izuku as his spider sense alerted him of 2 more 1-point robots about to attack Sayuri with their guns. But Iida ran in and delivered a powerful double kick on the 2 robots, sending them flying away. Please let me help, said Iida, surprising Izuku and Sayuri. Another wall from a building was about to fall on Sayuri and Izuku, but Sato and Kirishima rushed in and used their strength to easily destroy the wall. Izuku looked around and saw that help had arrived and used his strength to push the wall off his back. Afterwards, he pulled the wall that was going to fall on Ashido. With his left arm free, he fired more webs to prevent the debris from falling on Tsuyu. Izuku quickly took off the rocks that trapped Uraraka's leg and carried her in a bridal way, surprising Uraraka and turning her face red. Iida jumped over Izuku and kicked another debris into pieces, giving him safe passage. He looked to the other girls and saw Sayuri levitate Ashido and Tsuyu, who were regaining consciousness. Thank you, all of you, said Izuku with relief, knowing that he wasn't alone. Don't mention it. After that manly stunt you pulled, there's no way I could ever just sit behind, replied Kirishima. Glad to help, said Iida. No problem, dude, but what do we do about that? Quote, said Sato as he pointed at the large green robot which was attempting to grab them. They tried to run away, but their escape route was blocked by a large pile of debris. Sayuri attempted to use her quirk, but after all she had done, she felt a sharp pain in her head and grabbed her head. The other students were all frozen in fear and all seemed hopeless, but Izuku quickly passed the gravity-powered girl to Iida and started running towards the large green robot. "Midoriya!" screamed Sayuri as she watched him run. She tried to grab his hand to stop him, but she missed. Izuku ran in and fired 2 web lines towards the robot's hand, launching himself upwards towards the head of the robot. "One for all! Full cowling!" roared Izuku as he attempted to use One for All. Musudafu Beach, 1 month ago. Izuku was with All Might at the beach. He was showing him about how he was able to use just 2% of One for All as his body was glowing with energy. All Might was impressed that even though it took a while for his powers activate, Izuku was able to connect to One for All. After a while of using his quirk, Izuku let the power go and slowly returned to normal. "Very impressive, Midoriya. You've connected to One for All," said All Might as he patted Izuku's back. But while his idol was congratulating him, Izuku wasn't feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Thank you, All Might. But I don't understand, why is the power so limited? I mean, I know I've got super strength due to my spider powers and One for All just feels like a power boost, but why can't I access all of its power?" asked Izuku as he looked over to his hand. It could be a multitude reasons. Perhaps the reason could be that the power is transferring little by little, it could be your spider powers, or it could even be that your body is just adjusting since it never had a quirk to begin with. Replied All Might. "Why don't we go to Mr. Shield? I'm sure he could find out what the reason could be," said Izuku, but All Might slowly shook his head. "I don't think that's a good idea. Dave's been working himself ragged recently, and the last time I visited him, he's not been doing so well. Melissa told me he's been working on some kind of project and he's quite fatigued. It's best if we leave them alone for now," said All Might, which made Izuku look down in disappointment. All Might then transformed into his muscular form and went over to him. "But don't worry, young Midoriya. This is still great news. The important fact is that One for All has began to bond with you, connect with you, and slowly allowing you to use its power. And we should look at this as a blessing in disguise. It would have been quite dangerous if you had the full capability of One for All from the start. As I have told you before, its power has been growing for generations, and to suddenly use it at max power could be dangerous to the host," explained All Might. "Even with my spider powers?" asked Izuku. "Well, I mean, I can't really answer that. But as you slowly begin to develop these powers, you'll be able to use it without any repercussions. In fact, when you use One for All in combat for the first time, here's some advice. Clench your S and yell this from the inside of your heart," said All Might. Back to the present, Izuku's body began to glow as the power that was spread throughout his body began to channel into his fist, resulting in the power to increase from 2% to 10% just in his right arm. As he got close to the head of the robot, he squeezed his S and took a deep breath. "Smaaash!" cried Izuku as he landed a very powerful punch which resulted in his sleeve completely tearing off and his web shooters to malfunction as web fluid leaked out. The robot's head began to explode from the inside as the shockwave began to destroy its internal circuitry. The large robot stopped functioning altogether and fell backwards and crashed into several building structures. Izuku looked over to the robot and smiled as it was finally out of commission, but sadly, so was he. Unluckily for him, his right arm, while not broken, was pounding with pain after punching building-sized robot. Izuku looked down as he began to fall from quite a height. "Ah!" screamed Izuku in a panic. He attempted to fire a web line from his left web shooter, but sadly, after that strong punch, both of his web shooters were damaged and preventing him from firing any web line. "Uh-oh, I'm trouble," thought Izuku. As he continued falling, Izuku saw Uraraka flying towards him courtesy of Sayuri's quirk. He saw her extending her hand towards him, hoping that she would catch him, but as soon as they got close to each other, she slapped him directly on his face. Before he knew it, he began to float and gently started descending. Sayuri caught Izuku and placed his head on her lap, while Uraraka was caught by a long tongue and brought down gently, thanks to Suyu. However, after the use of her quirk, she felt sick and let out her breakfast. "Well done, Izuku. You were amazing," complimented Sayuri as Izuku slowly closed his eyes. The same mysterious man watched from a bird's-eye view of what had transpired in all of the different battle centers. While most of students managed to escape, there were a few which caught his eye from Battle Center A, B and C. Interesting. Katsuki Bakugo, Sayuri Mitsuko and Izuku Midoriya, said the mysterious man as he watched the footage of how all three of them managed to defeat the zero-point robot from their battle center. Bakugo fired a blast strong enough to knock the robot sideways and crash into a building. Sayuri used her quirk to chop its head off and Izuku took it down with a strong punch. I feel quite liberated after watching that. I'll make sure to keep my eye on them. This has been most helpful, but I think this test is over now, said the man as he pressed a button on his computer which activated some type of deactivation program. From his monitor he could see the exam robots deactivate and remain lifeless. Afterwards, he slowly got off his chair and fixed his tie as he walked out the room. Battle Center B. Izuku was still knocked out after his attack on the robot, but he was finally able to relax since his spider sense wasn't warning him of any more danger. Afterwards, he could hear a familiar voice. Izuku didn't know how, but it felt like he had heard it before. "Hey, are you okay?" asked a female voice. Izuku, who was still resting on Sayuri's lap, slowly opened his eyes to see all of the girls he had rescued were surrounding him. Tsuyu, Uraraka, Ashido, Jiro and Sayuri. Soon after, the boys all gathered around them as well. Iida, Sato, Kirishima and Aoyama, who was pulling his pants up. Aye, said Izuku weakly, surprising everyone around him while Sayuri went closer to listen to what he was trying to say. "I'm glad you guys are okay," said Izuku while smiling at everyone before fainting from exhaustion, to which everyone looked at each other and smiled as they felt relieved that the nightmare was over for them. "Texas Smash!" yelled All Might as he cleared the debris blocking the exit and came rushing in to see the group of students around Izuku. "Everyone, are you all okay?" asked All Might. "We're fine, sir. Thankfully, none of us are in serious danger. However, we do have one student here who needs immediate medical attention," said Iida as he pointed at Izuku, who was still asleep. All Might sighed of relief, knowing that Izuku was okay. He then looked around to see all the chaos that had ensued and saw how the entire battlefield was covered in webbing left and right. "Thank goodness. Leave this young man to me. Everyone, let's evacuate and get you all to the medical ward," said All Might as he slowly picked up Izuku. Sayuri used her quirk to gently pick up Uraraka since she wasn't feeling too well either. Afterwards, they all ran from the battle center and headed towards the exit. Midoriya's home. 1 week later. Izuku was having dinner with his mother, but he could hardly concentrate on eating since he was worried about the results of the UA entrance exam. So much to a point where he wasn't eating the fish in his chopsticks but rather just blankly staring at it. "Izuku, Izuku, Izuku," said Inko as she tried to get her son to snap out of his daydream. "Huh," responded Izuku after hearing his mother's voice. "Honey, what's the matter? Why are you staring at that fish?" asked Inko with concern. Nothing, Mom. I'm fine," said Izuku as he began to finally eat normally. Inko, however, was still concerned over what happened during the exam. Afterwards, they finished eating and Inko was washing the dishes. Izuku sat on his couch and continued using his dumbbell. Inko turned to her son and worried about how he was feeling. Izuku, I think you did great," complimented Inko. "Thanks, Mom," replied Izuku half-heartedly. "The fact you even applied is amazing for me, honey," said Inko as she tried to cheer up her son. "Yeah, thank you, Mom," said Izuku, but he wasn't feeling happy. While the students were safe and no one got badly hurt, to his knowledge he was still afraid since remembered he had 0 points during that whole exam. "Look, honey, I'm sorry the exam didn't go the way you expected it to. I know you worked very hard to get in with all that you did, but you shouldn't beat yourself up over it. You don't know what results you might get," said Inko as she brought him a bowl of sliced bunny apples. "Yeah, you're right, Mom. I'll hope for the best," replied Izuku as he smiled back at Inko and took a bite of an apple. Inko smiled at her son's response and decided to go check the mail just in case anything had arrived. Izuku continued lifting his dumbbell without much thought. "Thanks, Mom. I really appreciate what you're trying to do for me. But after some self-calculating, I know I definitely passed the written exam. But I didn't get a single point during the practical exam, so there's no way I can pass. I'm sorry, All Might. Even with all that time and training you gave me, I let you down. I'm sorry, I couldn't live up to your expectations. Thought Izuku. Izuku. The letters here. It's arrived, said Inko nervously as she was shakingly getting off the ground since she crawled into the living room. Izuku looked over to see a letter with a red wax with the UA symbol stamped on it. Izuku stayed quiet as he went over to her and slowly grabbed the letter before walking into his room and closing the door. Inko understood how nervous he must have felt since Izuku was feeling quite down in the dumps ever since the exam. So, she didn't take offense to his actions and nervously paced outside his room in circles. Izuku turned on his desk lamp and silently stared at the letter before him. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to open it since he was expecting bad news in regards to what happened. However, he knew he couldn't hold it off any longer and decided to accept what fate had in store for him. No backing out now, Midoriya, thought Izuku before he picked up the letter and split it open, which dropped a circular device on his desk. Upon landing on his desk, it activated a projection-like view above his desk of All Might. I am here, as a projection, said All Might as the camera was directly on his face, surprising Izuku. All Might, but wasn't this a letter from UA? Said Izuku. I've been stacked with paperwork for a week now, and even with my skills, it took me some time to finish. Because of this, I could not contact you, so I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town because I will be working at UA. Announced All Might. What, you're working at UA? Said Izuku in a surprising manner. Back to the projection, a hand came from off-screen while whispering. Izuku couldn't make out what was being said, but he could tell that they were telling All Might to hurry up. Anyways, back on topic. In regards to the exams, you passed the written exam with flying colors, but you acquired no points during the practical exam. So naturally, it would mean that you did not pass. Said All Might, which made Izuku grip his fists. I knew it, why did I even bother to hope? Thought Izuku as he slowly looked down to the floor while tears began to well up in his eyes. Even though he saw this coming, it still hurt him to know that he did not succeed. However, before we continue, I do have something to show you. Please have a look at this footage, said All Might as he pressed a button on his remote. Izuku looked up to see the footage swap to Uraraka sat in the medical ward with another teacher. However, there were also other camera footages of each individual student, such as Sayuri, Iida, Jiro, Aoyama, Hiroshima, Sato, Ashido and Tsuyu, who were in separate medical rooms with different teachers. Sayuri, and that nice girl, what are they all? Asked Izuku in confusion. Don't worry, young Midoriya. Soon all will be answered, replied All Might as he returned to the original footage. I believe his name was Nezuko Midoriya. The guy with the green curly hair and freckles. He was also quite tall and muscly, said Uraraka nervously as she had a slight pink blush on her cheek. Is she talking about me? Asked Izuku. Truthfully, I've never been so afraid. When my foot was trapped under that rubble and I needed help, all I saw was students running past me and not giving me a second thought. I was so afraid that no one would help me and that I was going to die. But then he came. That boy came rushing to my aid even though the huge robot was behind us, even when it was dangerous. He stopped a wall from falling on me and even saved 2 other girls. He was amazing. Said Uraraka, which Izuku wiped his tears and weakly smile. But wait, that's not all, folks, said All Might as he pressed a button on his remote, changing the footage to Sayuri instead. I was not present at his battle center from the beginning. However, I was there when it all transpired. All seemed lost for us when our pathway was blocked by the debris caused by the large robot, but not for Midoriya. He not only rescued those girls but managed to defeat the giant robot. I have never seen such an act of bravery in my entire life. Said Sayuri to the teacher. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. 2 months ago, Sayuri was trying her hardest to stop Izuku from applying for UA, but after the exam, she complimented his actions. Once again, the footage swapped. I must admit, I am ashamed. During the presentation, I ridiculed him. I did not believe that he was participating in the exam with serious intent. But he was the only one. When we all turned tail and ran, he was the only one who ran into danger without any fear or regret. It was inspirational. His actions gave me the courage to help. To protect those students. He, said Iida. I wasn't sure what was going on. Suddenly the robots went crazy and firing rubber bullets at us. I tried to protect us, but the truth was, we were the ones being protected. That green-haired guy came just in time and stopped a building from falling on us and took out 2 robots in one move. It was so manly. He, said Kirishima. He was so cool and heroic the way he swung by and saved not just us but the other students too. And when we saw what he was trying to do, there was no way we'd leave him. After all, he, said Sato. I'm really glad that he got there when he did. I took a hit to my head from some rubble and I wasn't even sure if I was seeing straight, but what I did see was that green-haired guy. He protected me and he was really cool. The way he moved, swung and punched that robot's lights out. Yep. Safe to say he, said Ashido as she punched the air to reenact Izuku punching the robot. I didn't really know what was going on. The buildings just started collapsing around me and I was fearing for my life. I heard a loud explosion and my head was spinning. I tried to get away as best that I could, but before I knew it, I was rescued by that guy. He swept me off my feet and stopped me from getting crushed. He, said Jiro as she was playing with her earphone jacks. Ah. That man was certainly stunning. Oh, the exhilaration I felt during that dire situation was truly amazing. However, I will admit, this time he managed to outshine me as he, said Aoyama. I wasn't awake for most of it. But all I do know is he, said Tsuyu. He saved us, said Uraraka, Sayuri, Iida, Kirishima, Sato, Ashido, Jiro, Aoyama and Tsuyu in unison but from different footages. Izuku gasped in surprise since he couldn't believe what he was hearing. While some of those students were just strangers, Izuku couldn't believe how much they were vouching for him. All Might pressed on his remote again and stopped the footage from playing. As I have told you before, there are hundreds of heroes in the world who wish to seek fame and glory. But there are only so many heroes who are prepared to do the right thing. Said All Might, which made Izuku smile. Truthfully, there were some unforeseen circumstances which had occurred during the exam. We were thankful that most of the students had escaped, but for the few who were still in danger, you protected them, even each other. We all saw it in the exam footage later that day and couldn't believe what we were seeing. Your actions spurred others to act, said All Might. Izuku smiled as he remembered the moment of Sayuri coming to his aid, Iida providing safe passage and Uraraka saving his life. The exam was not graded on villain points. After all, how can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service. Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. And so, we are also awarding, said All Might. Izuku looked to the screen and saw his results before him. On the left was villain points, to which he had 0, but on the right was rescue points, given by a panel of judges. It is the important ability that we at UA look for. Izuku Midoriya, 90 points. Said All Might as the hero points displayed 90 next to Izuku's name. Izuku shook on the spot as his eyes began to well up with tears, not being able to believe what he was seeing. No way, said Izuku as the tears rolled down his face. You did good, kid, said All Might as he turned back to Izuku and gave him his signature smile. You have officially passed the UA entrance exam. Come, young Midoriya, this is your hero academia, said All Might as he extended his hand to welcome Izuku, which made him slowly nod his head as he wiped his tears in happiness, unable to contain his emotions. Moments later, Izuku opened the door to his room and saw Inko, waiting in anticipation to hear the results. But no words came out and he simply replied with a smile which made Inko gasp as she began to well up with tears. She quickly ran to him and hugged him as she let out a waterfall of tears. Izuku, you. cried Inko as she held her son. And so, I had done it. After receiving a lot of help, my journey to becoming a hero at UA had finally begun. Thanks to All Might, One for All, my mom, Sayuri, Miss Ayumi and even my spider powers, I made my dream come true. But even though I passed the first hurdle, there were still many more to come. And to my surprise, there was one just around the corner. Anyways, enjoy the light-hearted chapter. Time for goodbyes. The date was March 6th, a day after Izuku opened his UA exam letter. It was currently night time and All Might was at the cleaned-up Musudafu beach, looking over to the ocean under the bright moonlight. He was in his skinny form and wore a white shirt, brown trousers and black shoes, waiting for someone to arrive. A moment later, his phone started to ring with a very odd ringtone of his own voice speaking, "A call is here." "Hello," said All Might as he picked up his phone only to hear a familiar voice on the other end. "Toshinori, how are you?" asked Tsukauchi, who was at the police station in front of his computer. He was a good friend of All Might and one of the few people that actually knew of the hero's condition and true identity as Toshinori Yagi. All Might fully trusted and could confide with him, even about One for All. "Tsukauchi, I'm good, how are you?" replied All Might. "I'm fine, old friend. I'm calling because my sister wanted to interview you in a few weeks." "Something about a hero's opinion on the new vigilante in Japan?" asked Tsukauchi in an annoyed manner as he continued typing on his computer and had a few more piles of paperwork drop on his desk by his coworkers. All Might gave a light laugh to the question since he knew that Tsukauchi could never deny his sister's request. "I'd hardly call him a vigilante, but sure, I don't mind. I guess your sister never stops working even during her vacation." Tsukauchi slowly shook his head in disappointment. "Tell me about it, and it's not even just your interview she's interested in. As soon as she heard about a vigilante in Musudafu, she wouldn't stop asking me questions and decided to fly back home to see if she can meet him. I keep telling her not to, but ever since she became a part-time journalist, she's been trying to find her next best scoop. I swear, that girl is going to be the death of me. Haha, she always has been a bit of a lawbreaker. Whatever interests her, she will pursue with all her heart, and I suppose with her history with vigilantes, she wouldn't give up such an opportunity," said All Might as he remembered the past about a certain vigilante. "Yeah, but I wish she'd just stick to what she's doing. Her career's been flying ever since she became Captain Celebrity's manager, but she still insists on pursuing anything to do with vigilantism. She didn't even hesitate to speak on the news about that hood guy," said Tsukauchi, which made All Might remember the time was slandering Izuku on the news, and it surprised him to know that it was his sister that defended Izuku. "Oh yeah, I remember watching that. But she did have a good point. If put in the same position, I would have done the same thing," replied All Might with a serious tone. Tsukauchi knew from the day they met that All Might would never turn his back on anyone in trouble. Be it a purse snatcher, a hit and run, a broken bridge, an out-of-control robot, or even a cat stuck in a tree, All Might would do whatever he could. However, this would sometimes make him forget the other aspect of his job. "Well, I'm glad it wasn't you. You're the #1 hero, Toshinori, you have to lead by example. Not to mention the amount of paperwork I'd need to fill out on your behalf," joked Tsukauchi. In the hero system, every hero must submit reports regarding each incident they respond to. This was vital because the government had to keep a track of how much damage was caused, who prevented any catastrophes and defeated villains. Additionally, this was also how heroes were paid for their actions. Based on their performance, once the specialty organization did their examination, they would transfer funds to the heroes who took action during an incident. Of course, many other factors played into this, such as hero rank, strength and public opinion. Because All Might always jumped into action without hesitation, he had a mountain load of paperwork to fill out. With his agency requiring him to submit so many reports, Tsukauchi took it upon himself to help All Might draw up official paperwork on his behalf whenever he did his heroic acts. All Might understood the importance of following rules since he had to set an example for the future heroes. It was difficult for him to complete all the reports since he had to keep a safe distance from his staff to hide his identity. So, he was always grateful to the help that Tsukauchi provided for him. He also realized how this was the reason why Izuku wasn't looked at favorably even when he committed heroic deeds. Also, I've watched some of the footage of the exam and our team haven't been able to source the reason why the exam robots went insane. None of our top programmers could source where this hacking came from. We spoke to the head of MechQuest and they also have no idea what had happened, but they are improving their security system to prevent any further hacking. Said Tsukauchi, which made All Might wonder who could have committed such a crime, or rather why they would want to do such a thing. We also noticed something peculiar. What is it? Asked All Might. Izuku Midoriya, his quirk. Some of us at the station noticed how similar it was to the student theft incident a few months ago. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, do you? Asked Tsukauchi, which made All Might panic in response. Ahem. No, of course not. I checked at the hospital and young Midoriya was definitely still there during the whole thing. It's purely coincidental. Answered All Might to keep suspicions off of him. Tsukauchi looked back to the photos of the crime scene and back to the exam footage. He definitely believed that there was a connection of some kind but decided to drop it for now. Maybe you're right. I doubt a kid would have the power to take on a villain. Replied Tsukauchi as he clicked off the video. Speaking of, did you manage to get any information out of Shocker about the kidnapped students? Asked All Might. Sadly no, he doesn't know who he was working for. His client always kept their identity a secret and spoke and funded remotely, giving him instructions and targets. Oh, and another thing, before we could take his weapons for investigations, they somehow self-destructed. Self-destructed? I guess whoever gave him that equipment didn't want anything being traced back to them. We're against a smart enemy, but why target young students? Wondered All Might. After a while, All Might could hear footsteps behind him. He turned around to see Izuku running towards him, wearing a white hoodie and jogging bottoms with green lines and his signature red shoes. I need to go now, Tsukauchi. Please do keep me informed if you discover anything new. Requested All Might. Of course, Toshinori. Replied Tsukauchi before hanging up the phone. All Might put his phone away and turned his attention to the green-haired boy running towards him. Musudafu Police Station. Tsukauchi put his phone away and took a deep breath as he looked back to his pile of paperwork he had to finish before the end of his shift. Most of it being All Might's endeavors, but he still wanted to do whatever he could to help his friend. Before he could get back to work, a young Japanese-American woman with long hair, styling a ponytail, red lipstick, athletic build, wearing a black leather jacket, a red and black flannel shirt and tight dark denim jeans with black shoes walked over to Tsukauchi and placed a cup of fresh coffee on his desk. However, she also had cat-like features such as cat ears and long nails. Working late again, sir? Asked the young woman with a soft voice. Ah, Miss Watanabe. Yes, I am. Sadly, the paperwork just won't stop coming. Replied Tsukauchi as he took a sip of coffee. Please sir, call me Yuri. I'm pretty sure we're past the formalities. Why don't I give you a hand? Offered Yuri as she sat next to his desk and took a pile of paperwork. The young and beautiful lady next to Tsukauchi was Yuri Watanabe, a fresh graduate of the police academy. She was very attractive, standing 5 feet 8, having an athletic build and being one of the few female officers who worked in her department. She was highly proficient in a variety of martial arts and her accuracy with a gun was deadly. Yuri looked back to the paperwork, brushed her hair past her right ear and started going through each report. However, her expression became one of disdain as she noticed that all the paperwork were about All Might's activities. All Might, guess while he's basking in the glory, we're stuck here doing all of the hard work for them. Tsukauchi looked over to Yuri and saw her expression of annoyance as he sipped his coffee. You really don't have to if you don't want to, Yuri. I can finish this within the hour. Explained Tsukauchi, but Yuri simply shook her head in response. And no, it's not that, sir. I just remembered the times when the police were more respected for their work instead of being pushed to the sidelines. I definitely felt safer with them than the heroes. Said Yuri as she continued writing in the reports. It's not like the police aren't respected for their work. In fact, I remember one police officer in particular who truly stood out amongst heroes and was acknowledged as a real hero. Said Tsukauchi with a friendly smile. Yuri stopped writing and started smiling because even with a vague hint like that, she knew exactly whom he was speaking about. You've only been working here for 2 weeks and you've already become so reliable. You're just like him, complimented Tsukauchi, which made Yuri blush because to her, that compliment meant a lot. Tsukauchi looked up to a wall to see a photo frame of an elderly policeman who was like a Burman cat, Kenneth Watanabe. A hero in the force, the mentor of Tsukauchi and the grandfather of Yuri Watanabe. Thank you, sir. I truly do hope I can be just like him. After all, he was my hero, said Yuri as she pulled out a small locket from her neck and opened it to reveal a cheerful photo of her and Kenneth when she was just a child. Kenneth was wearing his uniform while holding her in her arms. Yuri was wearing a pink dress and wore his police hat. She's just like you, sir, thought Tsukauchi as he looked over Yuri and her expression of happiness when speaking about her grandfather. Musudafu Beach. A few minutes ago. All Might put his phone away as he turned his attention to Izuku running towards him with tears in his eyes. They had not spoken in a while since All Might was busy with all the result announcements he had to do. He raised his hand to greet the young boy, but just as he reached All Might, Izuku screamed. All Might, causing the deflated hero to panic in response as he choked blood out of his mouth. "And not so loud, kid," said All Might in a panic as he looked around to make sure nobody had heard him. Izuku realized his mistake and looked around to see that thankfully nobody else was there so they could relax. Afterwards, they both took a sigh of relief while All Might raised his hand once again to give the young boy a high five. "Congratulations for getting in, young man." "Oh, of course, I couldn't have done it without you, All Might." Izuku smiled as he nodded to his words and returned the high five back to him. "But you did do it all by yourself. I never told the school anything about you," replied All Might, which surprised Izuku. "Knowing you, you're the type of person who would consider that cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges, so the score you got was your own doing." Izuku took a big gasp of air as his body was trembling with happiness. He bowed to All Might for his words. "Thank you, All Might. I can't believe how fortunate I am to be your disciple. Not to mention, you're going to be teaching at UA. That was the reason you came here, right? I mean, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo." All Might sighed before karate chopping the young boy's head and stopping him from muttering any further. "Okay, that's enough, kid." All Might turned back to the ocean and started walking towards the water. "I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I was fortunate to be offered a job at UA just as I was looking for a successor," explained All Might. Izuku remembered about how All Might told him that he was looking for successor on the day of the sludge villain incident. Of course, he was planning on choosing a student from UA. A student with an amazing quirk. Sayuri, Bakugo and Iida came to mind for him since they all had amazing quirks. Izuku felt sullen as he looked at his hands. He realized that he was only given a chance at the starting line due to All Might's help and his newfound spider powers. But he also wondered how different his fate could have been if he only had one for all and not his spider powers. "I finally managed to unleash a good percentage of one for all's power during the exam. I somehow managed to transfer all of the power into my right arm and defeated that large robot with one punch using 10% of its power," said Izuku as he remembered the day of the exam. All Might turned back to Izuku. He remembered from the exam footage the incredible feat he managed to accomplish with only 1/10 the power of one for all. "I remember, your amazing actions really surprised the judges. They told me that it had been years since any students were able to defeat the 0-point robot. And this year, you all took us by surprise." Izuku clenched his fist as he remembered how the punch he used back in the exam was still bugging him. "All Might, just how powerful is one for all?" asked Izuku. What do you mean?" asked All Might in confusion. "With my spider powers, I'm definitely stronger than your average human. When I fought against Shocker, there was a moment I got so angry that I nearly forgot to pull my punch. It was only when I saw Shocker grab his body and kneel down where I realized how dangerous my strength was," explained Izuku. Izuku remembered how he stood over Shocker and looked down on him after delivering a strong punch. Without his gauntlets, Shocker was just a human and the difference in their power was vast. But it made him remember how he was once in that position when Deku punched him in the stomach and he was the one kneeling down. The memories came rushing in his head of how Bakugo, his classmates and the bully trio always looked down on him for being quirkless. It was only once he saw himself stand over Shocker, he realized what it felt like to be on the other side. Izuku almost felt like something he hated, a bully. If I could do something like that with my strength alone, then I couldn't bear to imagine what I could have done with One for All powering my punch. If I could destroy a tower-sized robot with its power, against Shocker I could have, said Izuku, but All Might once again karate chopped his head to stop him. Stop right there, young man, said All Might while Izuku grabbed his head in pain. I understand the concern that you're feeling and you're absolutely right. As I have told you before, One for All is the fullest physical ability of many people gathered into one. Right now, judging from your performance, you only have access to a tiny portion of its power. Which is strange since I was always able to access 100% from the start, but perhaps it's better that it is awakening slowly. Why is that? Asked Izuku. I saw from the exam footage how your heart is always set on saving others, no matter what the risk is. Like before, you had no problem diving head straight into danger if it meant saving lives, but it's not enough. The main reason for all this danger is always the same: villains. You may defeat a strong foe, but there will always be a stronger foe waiting. That's why power is so integral to becoming a hero. And so, you should embrace One for All's power slowly and learn to control it. Explained All Might. Izuku remembered how it was only thanks to One for All that he managed to save those students in the trash compactor and defeat the large robot during the exam. Once you can control it, you'll be able to adjust what your body can handle. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. This is an important lesson for you, young man. One for All was created for the purpose of defeating evil and saving lives, but if used incorrectly, it can easily be used to kill. And that's why self-restraint is so important. It's what separates us from the villains. We're not the judge nor the executioners, but the servants of justice. Explained All Might. Izuku nodded to his words as he realized how powerful he was and how he would need to be responsible when using his power. I promise you, young Midoriya, I will help you to unlock the full potential of One for All and your spider powers. You will never have to fear your power, said All Might as he transformed into muscular form and fist bumped Izuku, helping him feel more confident. By the way, All Might, have you ever used One for All without holding back? Asked Izuku, which made All Might hesitate before turning around and looking back to the ocean. His mind turned blank as a dark memory came back to haunt him, a battle to decide the future. He remembered how he was knelt down in front of a foe, missing a good portion of his head while he was holding his torso. All Might shook his head as he tried his best to forget. Once, replied All Might in a serious tone, which made Izuku freeze. All Might turned back to Izuku with a smile and gave him a thumbs up. Ha ha, but that was all in the past. It became an important lesson for me. A lesson I hope to teach you. Izuku smiled back at his idol and nodded before looking down to his hands once again. He now knew that he was going to have to learn to control his strength in One for All, but he wasn't worried since he knew that All Might was going to be by his side. Aldera Junior High, March 16th. This day was an important one since March was the time of goodbyes. All the students were sat in a large gymnasium with their parents sat behind them. Of these, students and teachers included Izuku and Inko respectively. The students all watched in glee as Sayuri walked up to the top of the stage and stood before the microphone. Izuku also watched in admiration since he always had a lot of respect for her. Not just as a student or a friend, but as his hero throughout school years. To our esteemed administrators and teachers, dear parents, beloved friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to you. It is my great privilege for me to stand here in front of you, to express the happiness we feel in our hearts today. It is said that people only ever remember the first and forget the rest, but these past few years, we have been on a journey that we will never forget. I do not believe an award or any type of merit is required to prove that we have something special within us. We are all blessed with talents and are worth congratulating, and this is what this day is all about. We all have aspirations and goals we wish to accomplish. I know we all want to become heroes and be like our idols. But we must always remember who we were after our journey, remember the struggles we had to go through. Even the tiniest achievements such as the formulas we have learned, completing our homework or even gaining the courage to stand in front of others. I believe that all of these lessons have helped us and shaped us to be who we are today. And yet there is one more lesson which we have learned in our time here, and that is to appreciate others and that we cannot stand on our own. I learned from someone special, that we are never alone. It's true, after today, we will live our own lives and walk in separate paths, but one cannot deny how important the people around us are. Our parents, friends, teachers, administrators, even the cleaners and kind staff who provided us food. They all provided a vital role in helping us become who we are. Always remember, anyone can be a hero. We do not need fantastic powers or fight villains, but simply, do what is right. After all, for all the powers we have, we must never forget, we're only human. For all those blessings, I, alongside my classmates, are sincerely grateful to all of you. Congratulations, graduates, we deserve to give ourselves a huge round of applause," said Sayuri. Everyone in the room began clapping at Sayuri's words because they were very heartfelt and true. Sayuri took a bow before exiting the stage from her right. The principal thanked Sayuri as he took the center stage. "Thank you to Miss Sayuri for her excellent speech. It is truly my pleasure to say that this year, we have not one, not two but three students who have managed to get accepted into the prestigious school, UA. Please allow me to welcome them to the stage. First, Sayuri Mitsuko," said the principal. Sayuri smiled as she made her way back to the principal. She shook his hand and took her certificate, receiving an incredibly loud applause from all of her admirers. "Next, I would like to call Katsuki Bakugo," said the principal. Bakugo slowly got up and made his way towards the stage with his usual annoyed expression and hands in his pocket. Mostly because he wasn't acknowledged as the only student in the school to go into UA and that Sayuri was called before him. He slowly shook the principal's hand and hastily grabbed his certificate off of him. He received a mild applause, sign he made more enemies than friends during his time in school. "Lastly, I would like to call Izuku Midoriya," said the principal, which caught both Sayuri and Bakugo off guard. Even amongst the crowd, everyone was muttering because they had no idea that the once quirk-less student had gotten into UA. A certain group of bullies had turned pale knowing that Izuku was way past their league in revelation of this news. "Midoriya got into UA. No way, that Midoriya. I thought he was quirkless. How did he do that?" Inko, however, was wiping her tears of happiness because she couldn't hold back her emotions. Knowing that Izuku was recognized by everyone for his great achievement even with all the abuse he had to endure as a child. But she looked at her son and smiled as he stood amongst the top three students. Izuku stood tall and walked towards the principal, shaking his hand before collecting his certificate. "Congratulations, Midoriya. I was surprised when your name was listed as one of the students who had gotten into UA. I know you'll do great things. All of you will become fine heroes," said the principal. "Thank you, sir," replied Izuku. He turned back to the crowd expecting some form of applause, but no one had started clapping yet since they were still in shock. However, Ayumi stood up and began clapping alongside Inko, causing everyone else in the gymnasium to clap. Izuku looked over to Sayuri and smiled as she too clapped for his achievement. Bakugo, however, had an expression of absolute anger and hate as he scrunched his certificate. "Deku," growled Bakugo with venom in his voice since he wasn't expecting this turn of events. 30 minutes later, the ceremony was complete. After the principal had given all of the students their certificate, they all began to exit the gymnasium and met up with their friends. There were groups all around, laughing, congratulating, crying and smiling over this day. Izuku, however, didn't have anyone special to speak to about this moment, so he was about to leave, but at the last minute, he turned around to see a large group of girls heading towards him. "Midoriya," cried the girls as they all surrounded him and started asking him questions whilst grabbing his body in various spots. He froze as he was feeling affections from places he wasn't expecting. "Oh my god, congratulations, Midoriya. I can't believe you got into UA. Hey Midoriya, are you seeing anyone?" Izuku looked around and felt flustered with the sudden attention from some of the girls he had never seen. They were all asking him questions while Izuku was blushing because one of the girls was touching his abs. Actually, before he could finish, he froze as he felt hands directly on his body. "Ooh, have you been working out?" said the girl as she continued rubbing her hand against his abs. "Wow, you have such big muscles," said another girl who was squeezing his arms and seeing its shape through his uniform. "Midoriya, can I please have your second button?" asked one of the girls before attempting to grab the second button on his collar, but she was stopped by another student. "No fair, I want that button." "No way, I want it." Before he knew it, a fight broke out amongst the girls with Izuku dead in the middle, having his jacket slightly tear. He was on the floor and attempted to escape amidst all the chaos, but as he tried to get out, two girls landed on his hands and one accidentally on top of his chest, causing her to cover his eyes. But before it could continue any further, a large horn noise came from behind which caught them off guard. The girls all froze while Izuku was on the ground, having several girls surround every part of his body. They all looked back to see Ayumi standing behind them with an air horn, wearing a purple dress and sandals. "Okay, that's enough, girls. I'm pretty sure Midoriya's about to faint." Ayumi gently helped Izuku get back on his feet. Izuku, however, still had stars in his eyes since he had never been surrounded by so many girls before, definitely overwhelming him. The girls all slowly got up and puffed their faces because Ayumi was holding Izuku. "Ah, no fair, Miss Ayumi. Yeah, we just wanted to say our goodbyes." Ayumi raised her left eyebrow and smiled as she used her quirk to see what emotions were going through their minds after seeing Midoriya's new physique and hearing about his acceptance to UA. Within moments, the class nerd had become very popular. "I'm sure you were, but the day isn't over, so why don't you leave him to me and you guys might get your chance later." The girls all whined as they watched Ayumi take Izuku away, who was burning red in the face. After a while, Izuku finally got back into reality to see that Ayumi was beside him. Miss Ayumi. What's going?" said Izuku, but Ayumi placed her finger on his lips and slowly shook her head. "That's enough, Midoriya. I think you can relax now," said Ayumi as she helped him sit down on a bench behind the school and away from the students. Izuku was still trying to relax his fast-beating heart since he had never felt so much female contact before. "Is this okay for you?" Izuku looked back to see Ayumi walk over to him with the aid and cola in her hand. He nodded slowly as he took the cola from her hand and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Ayumi." Ayumi smiled at the young boy and opened her drink, slowly taking a sip. Izuku looked over to the young woman and remained awestruck at the nurse's beauty. He didn't know why, but he could feel his heart beat faster as he kept looking at her. His mind replayed all the memories of how Ayumi always took care of him, listened to him and encouraged him. "I didn't know it at first, but as I kept watching from afar, I realized you were my first," thought Izuku in admiration. "I suppose this will be the last time we get to spend time together like this, right Midoriya?" said Ayumi as she finished her drink and turned to Midoriya, catching the timid boy off guard. But hearing what she said, it made his heart sink. "Yes, I suppose so," replied Izuku with a sullen expression. But Ayumi didn't need to use her quirk to tell what he was thinking. "Ah, come on, Midoriya. No need to look so gloom and doom, you're going to UA, right? You've accomplished what most people can only dream of. You should be proud of yourself." "Yeah, you're right, but Miss Ayumi, I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful to you for all the times you took care of me. In fact, what you told me a year ago was one of the reasons why I believed in myself. I mean, if it wasn't for you, I probably would have just quit on my dreams," replied Izuku sheepishly. Ayumi looked over to the timid boy and smiled at his response. Even though she loved all of her students equally, she always had a soft spot for Izuku. "You know, it was always my dream to be a school nurse. And on the very first day, I struggled to interact with any of the students because they didn't trust me. With my quirk, I thought it would be easy, but that clearly wasn't the case since they thought I was being too snoopy. After that, I started doubting my skills as a counselor and a nurse. I wasn't even sure if I could continue working here," said Ayumi as she closed her legs and looked down, which surprised Izuku. He had no idea that she had such thoughts even though she always had a positive attitude about her work. However, right after, she raised her head again and smiled back to Izuku. But then I met you and you were the first student who actually opened up to me and helped me instead. Even though you weren't friends with the students, your perceptive nature helped me to further understand them thanks to your notes. You became the bridge I needed to reach my students. It was then Izuku remembered their first interaction with each other. He had gone to Miss Ayumi for assistance after a rough meeting with Bakugo which left him bruised. Even though they were awkward with each other at first, they became closer as they spoke to each other about their aspirations and themselves. In that time, Izuku told her all about the students and the struggles they had to deal with their quirks from his hero notes. Using this knowledge, Ayumi helped all of the students get comfortable and helped them accept their quirks. Before she knew it, all of the students looked up to her and became more comfortable around her, and it was all thanks to Izuku. I learned a great deal thanks to you, Midoriya. Even though there were those who would always push you down and make you lose faith in your dream, I wanted to be someone that could help you back up. Because just as you helped save me in my dream, I wanted to help you save yours. You were my hero, said Ayumi as she stood up and offered her hand to him. Izuku just continued staring at Ayumi as the wind brushed past her hair, his heart beating faster upon hearing her words. Miss Ayumi, said Izuku, but before he could finish his sentence, Ayumi gently grabbed his chin and gave him a kiss on his forehead which made Izuku freeze on the spot and turn a shade of pink. Afterwards, Ayumi smiled at the young boy who couldn't believe what had just happened. Don't mention it. After all, I never doubted you, Midoriya. It may be goodbye for now, but when we meet again, I hope you become a fine hero. And a fine man. Normally, Izuku would have stayed frozen at what just transpired, but instead, he happily smiled at Ayumi and nodded to her words. After a while, Izuku was about to go home with his mom, but before he left, he turned back one last time to see his school for one more farewell. He wasn't sure if he was feeling upset or rather happiness for leaving his school after all the memories he had here. What with all the bullying from his former childhood friend, the bully trio, and just students in general. But he was grateful to the two people he met there, such as Sayuri and Ayumi. Speaking of the devil, Izuku was about to leave when he noticed a long vehicle in front of his school. A tall elderly gentleman wearing a butler attire exited the vehicle and opened the door for Sayuri. Thank you, Charles, said Sayuri as she was about to enter the car. Sayuri. The purple-haired girl turned her attention to Izuku and saw the young boy approach her. In comparison to her usual cold expression, she had a smile upon seeing him. Midoriya, it is good to see you, replied Sayuri as she gave him a gentle smile. Izuku nervously brushed his hair at her words and gave her a smile back. Good to see you too. I just wanted to say congratulations for getting into UA, Sayuri. I mean, I never had any doubt or anything. Congratulate yourself, Midoriya. I was happy to have you stand beside me up there. You definitely proved me wrong. Said Sayuri, but before she could continue, Sayuri froze and looked away. Izuku noticed her change in expression and asked, Are you okay, Sayuri? Asked Izuku, but Sayuri took a deep breath and looked to the floor for a moment before she turned her attention back to Izuku. Midoriya, I am sorry, said Sayuri as she slowly bowed her head towards Izuku, catching the boy off guard since he didn't expect it. Izuku, Inko and Charles all had an expression of shock, seeing Sayuri bowing her head to the green-haired boy. Izuku began to wave his hands to try and stop her. And no, don't apologize, Sayuri. If anything, I should be the one to apologize. If I hadn't left you alone to go home by yourself, you would have never gotten captured, said Izuku. But it still does not change the fact that I was so rude to you, said Sayuri. Sayuri looked down in disappointment and clasped her hands together. Midoriya, last year, I said some hurtful things to you. I discouraged you, told you that you shouldn't go to UA and that you could never protect me. But I was wrong, so very wrong, said Sayuri. Izuku remembered the moment that Sayuri used her quirk against him to prove her point, to show just how big the gap was. With recent events, I realized the error in my judgment. You truly have come so far and became someone amazing. During the exam, when I came to your battle center, I thought that I had to save you. I thought I needed to be there to protect you, but instead, you saved me. You were at a level that even I couldn't even imagine. So, I just wanted to say, thank you for saving me, Midoriya," said Sayuri as she walked closer and hugged the shy boy. At that moment, the wind carried cherry blossoms past both Sayuri and Izuku as time felt like it was frozen in place. Izuku's heart was beating with the power of one for all from seeing her beautiful smile complemented by the sakura petals and feeling her warm embrace. After a while, Sayuri let go of Izuku and took a few steps back. "I'll see you at UA, Midoriya," said Sayuri as she waved goodbye and entered her vehicle. Charles looked over to Izuku and gave him a bow before entering the vehicle as well. After which they drove away. Inko made her way to her son to see him smiling at Sayuri. "Sure, see ya," said Izuku even though Sayuri was already gone. Inko, however, was happy to see that he had at least one friend at this school. As Charles continued driving Sayuri home, he looked at the rear view mirror to see the smile on her face. "Pardon my curiosity, young mistress. But who was that young man you were speaking to?" Sayuri smiled as she slowly lifted her right hand and opened it to reveal Izuku's second button. In Japan, the second button on a Gakurin outfit represented one's most beloved person. After closing her hand and putting the button away, Sayuri simply replied, "Someone special to me, the gift of a hero. Awakening Nightmare. Musudafu City, City Center." The date was 20th of March, 11:34 a.m. at the city center. 3 days after his graduation and 3 weeks before his education began at UA, Izuku had gone to City Hall and completed his quirk registration for his clothing allowance. Before entering UA, students had to give their physical measurements and desired designs so that a support company under an exclusive contract with the school could prepare the state-of-the-art costumes for them. This company was MechQuest. Alongside creating the robots and equipment for UA, they were also a famous company for providing support items for heroes. Izuku was worried since he was registered as quirkless, but All Might explained that you can change it a few times. This was allowed because sometimes people discover that their quirk weren't exactly what they believed it to be. For example, someone could believe that they can shoot out water from their hands when in reality they are actually turning the moisture in the air into water. So therefore, people can change the registration of their quirk a few times as long as it wasn't drastic, and luckily for Izuku, since was registered as quirkless, he had no issue. Izuku was heading back home, sporting a new look thanks to his mom buying him a new set of clothes due to his sudden growth. He wore a white t-shirt with black writing on the chest which read Strength, an orange hooded jacket with navy stripes on his shoulders and light green zippers, black jeans with an orange belt, white spring green sport shoes instead of his iconic red shoes. He was listening to Brian the Sun, Heroes, on his wired earphones and thinking about his enrollment to UA soon. "Okay, registration is done. I should receive my uniform soon and then I can," thought Izuku, but he lost his train of thought as a hand came and slammed his back which knocked the wind out of him. "Midoriya, long time no see," greeted Hatsume cheerfully as she came rushing in. Her attire consisted of a yellow sweater, a blue denim skirt, white shoes, goggles and her bag of gadgets. "Hey, Hatsume, long time no see," replied Izuku weakly as he tried to calm his fast-beating heart. "By the way, congrats for getting into UA. I knew you could do it. I also got into the support course," said Hatsume as she continued patting Izuku's back. "Oh really? Congratulations Hatsume. I always knew you. Wait a minute, how do you know I got into UA?" "I never told you," asked Izuku with a confused expression. Ever since the student theft in Christmas, they had no interactions. Not for the lack of trying, as Izuku had no means to call her, but for some reason, she knew where he would be, his address and now his acceptance to UA. "I've been spying on you ever since we met," confessed Hatsume casually as she folded her arms behind her head, which made Izuku freeze on the spot. You what? How?" yelled Izuku in frustration, unable to comprehend what Hatsume just said. "When we first met, I gave you my handkerchief, remember? I had a really thin and easy to carry tracker inside it the whole time. It allowed me to know where you were and partly listen to your conversation. See, I call it a micro-tracker, easy to carry and attached to all surface, except non-stick. Advertised Hatsume as if she was selling it to Izuku. She revealed a tiny see-through disc-like device and passed it on to Izuku. Izuku observed the device before him and couldn't believe how light and see-through it was. He wasn't surprised to understand that he would have never found such a thing on the handkerchief even if he tried. But he still felt annoyed since they met quite a long time ago and that she could have been eavesdropping to all of his conversations or worse, the secret of one for all. Hatsume, that's impressive and all but a serious breach of privacy and not to mention, trust. You can't spy on me like this. Ah, come on, don't take it personally. I promise I wasn't listening to everything. You have to be within a certain vicinity to hear conversations. I was just passing by when my tracker picked up the signal and I heard your result announcement. We actually live a lot closer than I anticipated. Not to mention, it helped me find you when you needed me, remember? Which I found strange since you had my handkerchief in your bag quite a lot. Said Hatsume, which embarrassed Izuku. Izuku tried to hide his blushing face and took out the handkerchief that Hatsume gave him. Yeah, I meant to return it to you. So here. Thanks, Midoriya, but it's okay, you can keep it. Said Hatsume. No thanks, I don't want you to continue spying on me. No silly, I mean keep it as a gift. Here, this is the device that will tell you the whereabouts of the trackers and listen in on conversations if you're close enough. Said Hatsume as she gave Izuku a small tracking device. His inner nerd was fascinated at the small portable device because some of the pro heroes used similar tools as well. Izuku couldn't believe that Hatsume could create these using parts from the beach. Are you sure? How will you find me now then? Asked Izuku as he put the gadget away in his bag and the handkerchief in his pocket. Hatsume answered his question by simply taking out her phone. I was hoping you could just give me your phone number. Said Hatsume with a cheeky smile. Izuku, however, was left speechless. You couldn't have asked for that when we first met. Thought Izuku as they exchanged contact information. The truth was Hatsume wasn't 100% ready to contact him again after the student theft incident because she was worried about the consequences if they got caught and their chances of getting into UA. Thankfully, time passed and it seemed like they were both off the hook, and after guaranteeing their position in UA, she was finally happy to exchange contact information with him. Thanks, Hatsume, but I'm sorry too. Apologized Izuku as he put his phone away and started digging through his bag again. Hatsume smiled as she saw Izuku's contact number in her phone, but after hearing what he said, she put her phone away. Sorry, what for? Well, said Izuku nervously as he took out the web shooters which were damaged. Hatsume looked down to the gadgets and couldn't believe how tattered they had become after the exam. Really, Midoriya, you've only had them for a few months and you've already busted them. Said Hatsume as she inspected the web shooters. She took out her screwdriver from her bag and started working on the device. I'm sorry, the exam went out of hand and I pushed them past their limits. Replied Izuku as he remembered how they went bust after his one-for-all empowered punch. It's okay. It just means that they need further improvements and they'll evolve another step forward. The only thing is I won't be able to fix them since I've exhausted all my parts on a secret project. So, we might have to wait until we get into UA, confessed Hatsume as she continued to inspect the web shooters. Oh really? Maybe I could ask Professor Shield if he could, muttered Izuku in a tiny voice, but upon hearing Izuku, within a nanosecond Hatsume reappeared in front of him. Wait a minute, did you just say Professor Shield? As in the David Shield? Winner of Nobel Prizes, the Best Hero Support Award 8 years in a row and the creator of the Steam Healer? Asked Hatsume. Yeah, confessed Izuku nervously as he realized he probably shouldn't have mentioned that. How? Asked Hatsume with stars in her eyes. My personal trainer knows him and allowed me to see him. Answered Izuku, but he didn't want to use All Might's name. He is like the living legend of the support community. I've read all of his books and seen all of his designs. Are you saying that you can meet him? Asked Hatsume in an excited manner. I'm actually not too sure. I haven't spoken to him in a while. answered Izuku nervously as he brushed his hair. Midoriya, please let me meet him. I'm his biggest fan. It's always been my dream to meet him and this may be my only chance. Asked Hatsume as she clasped her hands together. Izuku wasn't really sure if there was any way to meet David. Several months had passed since their last visit but he didn't want to disappoint Hatsume. He remembered about the time she helped him save Sayuri and created the web shooters to help him use his quirk. Not to mention, she had the same respect for David like he did for All Might. Well, I need to make a call, replied Izuku as he took out his phone and took a few steps away from Hatsume before making the call. Hatsume looked over to Izuku who was silently whispering on the phone as she got her hopes up to meet one of her idols. You want to meet David? Sorry, no can do, kiddo. I'm swamped with paperwork and I owe my friend's sister an interview tonight. Explained All Might who was in his office, doing the reports for all of his heroics. Oh, is that so? Okay then, I'll just tell my friend it can't be done. Sorry for wasting your time, All Might. Apologized Izuku in a disappointed tone which made All Might feel guilty. All Might also realized that he had not seen David in a while because he claimed he was working on some sort of secret project so it was a good opportunity to see his old friend again. Actually, I suppose it's not impossible. I can call in a favor for you if you want, said All Might. Really? Yeah, I know someone who can help you see him, replied All Might as he turned his attention to an old image on his desk. Who's that? Asked Izuku. His daughter, Melissa. I can give her a call to meet you and she can help you see him tonight. Answered All Might as he picked up a photo frame of himself holding a young girl with glasses on his shoulder. Oh yeah, I remember Professor Shield talking about his daughter when we first met. Do you really think she can help us? Said Izuku as he remembered their conversation when they first met. Of course, let me give her a call and she should be able to meet with you. She mostly spends her time at the town library to study for her upcoming university exams. Answered All Might. Thank you, All Might. I really appreciate this, replied Izuku with a smile. Don't mention it, young Midoriya, said All Might. Afterwards, Izuku put the phone down and turned around to see Hatsume intently staring daggers at him for an answer. Seeing her expression, he gently smiled before telling her, okay. Guess we'll be able to see him tonight. Really? Oh my god, thank you Midoriya, yelled Hatsume as her eyes widened in joy. She jumped on Midoriya and gave him a big hug causing him to turn red as he could feel her squishing against his face. Why yeah, don't worry about it, Hatsume. After all, I do owe you for all you've done for me too. My coach said that we can meet his daughter and she could take us. I should probably call my mom and tell her I'm gonna be, said Izuku but he never had the chance. Hatsume grabbed his hand and started pulling him towards the center of the city. Then let's go. Time's a-wasting, said Hatsume as she continued pulling Izuku's hand causing the green-haired boy to blush. City center. After a while, Izuku and Hatsume reached the town and they were passing by the shops. Looking around together, Izuku bought some drinks for himself and Hatsume. They decided to pass the time by going into a bookstore. Izuku looked around to see if he could find any advanced English maths books. However, his attention was caught by Hatsume who was reading an advanced engineering book. He didn't notice it at first but because she was in her casual wear and not covered in dirt from working on her gadgets, she was actually really cute. A few seconds later, Hatsume looked behind the book and decided to put it away. As she left, Izuku went over to the book and turned it around to see it was 4,000 yen. He smiled as he looked over to Hatsume who was just about to leave and an idea came to mind. Hatsume decided to sit outside the store and continued to repair the web shooters. However, Izuku caught her by surprise as he placed a cold orange soda drink on her cheek. Eek, that's cold, said Hatsume as she turned to Izuku and grabbed her cheek. Haha, sorry. You just looked so focused I couldn't help it, joked Izuku which made Hatsume puff her cheeks and fold her arms in protest. He couldn't help but smile at her reaction but afterwards, Izuku pulled out the engineering book from his back and showed it to Hatsume. Here you go, Hatsume. Congratulations, for getting into UA, said Izuku, which made Hatsume blush. She looked over to Izuku and saw the book in his hands. Hatsume knew it was expensive and therefore decided to leave it. However, she didn't expect him to buy it for her. Oh, you didn't have to, said Hatsume as she took the book off of Izuku's hands. Don't worry about it, Hatsume. I saw that you wanted this book and it's the least I can do, replied Izuku with a smile. Because of his graduation and admission to UA, Inko gave him a large allowance for passing. Izuku never spent big unless it had anything to do with All Might merchandises, but this time, he was more than happy to spend for Hatsume. And no, don't be silly. I didn't do that much, replied Hatsume as she tried to hide her red blushing face behind the book. Yes, you have, Hatsume. You have no idea how much I appreciate all you've done for me. I would have never been able to save Sayuri, and I'm pretty sure I wouldn't even be standing here if it weren't for your web shooters. You're my hero, said Izuku. After a few seconds, Hatsume slowly moved the book down to reveal her eyes but hid her mouth as she didn't know what kind of expression she was making. With a red face, she said to Izuku, thank you, Midoriya. Izuku's face also turned red since he wasn't expecting such a cute response from Hatsume for the book. It was then Izuku realized that it started looking more and more like a date. The two continued having an awkward silence as people were passing by, seeing all that transpired between the two. Ah, young lovers. That's so cute. Mommy, look, lovers. Izuku looked back to Hatsume and she returned the gaze, which caused them to catch each other's gaze. Afterwards, the two looked away and shook their heads in embarrassment. Maybe we should go, yelled Izuku as he stood up and stood straight like a robot. Why yes, I agree, let's make haste, replied Hatsume in the same volume as Izuku. The two picked up their bags and started marching away awkwardly. Ha, those two are such fruit cakes, said a familiar elderly gentleman who had shuriken shapes around his face. After a while, Izuku and Hatsume finally relaxed and laughed at the situation they went through. Looking at the time, they were going to meet Melissa soon, so they decided to make their way to the library. Along the way, they were talking about their exams and Izuku told her about how his exam didn't exactly go as planned. Whoa, are you serious? The robots went rogue. Were you okay? Asked Hatsume. Thanks to your web shooters I was. They pulled me out of sticky situations, they even helped me save a few of the other participants, replied Izuku. Hearing that, Hatsume smiled, knowing that her gadgets accomplished such feats during the exam. I knew they'd be perfect for you and your quirk. And this is just the prototype version. Once I get access to the UA equipment, I bet I can make them even sturdier and with more features. Just the thought alone gets me excited. I can't wait to improve these babies, said Hatsume as she continued repairing one of the web shooters while walking. I'm sure however you decide to improve them, it will be Ama, replied Izuku, but before he could finish his sentence, his spider sense activated. A man wearing a black hood and jogging pants was running towards the two while holding a red purse. Izuku quickly grabbed Hatsume and pulled her out of the way and held her close to his chest, causing her to blush once again. Kya, that's my purse, said a blonde bystander who was on the floor after being robbed by the black hooded man. As he kept running, his hood slipped off to reveal that he had chicken-like features. Hatsume quickly broke free from Izuku's arms and turned her attention to the girl on the floor. Quick, someone call the heroes, said Hatsume as she went over to help the blonde-haired girl. Izuku looked back to the purse snatcher and noticed the distance between them. He knew the rules clearly stated that quirks may not be used publicly by any non-licensed heroes, and especially not to injure others. I can't use my spider quirk, let alone one for all. What should I do? Thought Izuku as he looked around to see his surroundings. Before him, time froze as he checked every aspect of his surroundings. Afterwards, Izuku looked down to see that there was a manhole cover a few feet away from him. He noticed that everyone's attention was currently focused on the thief, and using that opportunity, Izuku slammed his foot next to the manhole cover, causing the lid bounce up, catching it midair. Afterwards, he set his sights on the thief and threw the cover like a discus. The cover went straight past the crowd of people and first bounced off a wall, changing its trajectory. Right after, the cover dodged the rest of the crowd and bounced off a lamp post, landing directly on the back of the thief. The thief yelled in pain before passing out. Luckily his feathers were strong enough to take the impact, but pain overwhelmed him. The citizens looked around as they couldn't believe what had just happened. They tried to see who threw the cover, but no one was stepping up. Wah! Who threw that? Where did that? All the citizens were looking around, but Izuku was already next to Hatsume, helping the young girl stand up. The police then arrived to the scene and quickly went to the perpetrator. They caught the thief and had him restrained in an Iron Maiden, a capture device which restricted the wearer's movement and ability to use their quirk. Afterwards, the police quarantined the area and also asked the surrounding citizens if they had any idea at what had happened, but no one had the answer. Yuri also rushed into the scene and saw the large crowd surrounding the crime scene. What happened here? Seemed like a 10-64, but the thief was already down. Yuri. Luckily, the victim is unharmed, answered the officer as he pointed at the thief being taken away. Any witnesses? Asked Yuri as she continued investigating. The crowd said that this manhole cover knocked the thief out, but no one has any idea where it came from. A manhole cover? Someone threw this, said Yuri as she wore her gloves and lifted the cover, but it weighed 40 pounds, so she couldn't believe that someone had the strength to throw it. Were there any reports from the local heroes around here? None. They didn't even know this was going on, answered the officer as he continued writing on his notes. Yuri placed the cover back down and continued looking around until something caught her eye. She walked past the crowd and looked down to see where the cover came from, but what surprised her was that there was crack on the floor next to it from where Izuku slammed his foot. Who could have? Thought Yuri as she took a photo of the cracked ground. Away from the crowd was Izuku, who had his orange hood up to cover his face with Hatsume next to him. We should probably get going, Hatsume, said Izuku, to which Hatsume nodded. They managed to get away from the crime scene. Izuku pulled down his hood and took a deep breath since he didn't want to get caught again. As they were walking, the same girl from earlier came running towards them and caught Izuku's hoodie. Excuse me, said the girl, who was slightly out of breath. Izuku and Hatsume turned around to see a slim and attractive Caucasian young woman who was just under Izuku's height with a round face. She had wavy blonde hair which reached halfway down her back. Her outfit consisted of a white short-sleeved dress shirt with plaid cuffs, a large bow of the same design at her neck, and a dark pink waistcoat. She also had a red purse with her, wore gray pants, dark brown boots and round glasses to complement her blue eyes. I'm sorry. The truth is I never got the chance to thank you, said the young girl. Izuku and Hatsume both looked at each other before turning back to the blonde-haired girl. Thank me? For what? Asked Izuku nervously. The blonde-haired girl smiled at his response and gave him a gentle bow. For stopping the thief and helping me get my purse back. I know a lot of people didn't notice, but I saw what you did. Thank you so much. Hatsume looked back to Izuku because even she didn't know that it was his doing that stopped the thief. But after a little thinking, she realized it was only logical that Izuku would do something to help. Don't mention it, I was happy to help. I just hope you weren't too badly hurt. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my friend Hatsume, said Izuku as he introduced Hatsume. Nice to meet you, greeted Hatsume. The blonde-haired girl tilted her head since those names sounded very familiar. Wait, Midoriya, you're the one Uncle Might told me to meet today, said the blonde-haired girl, confusing the two. Uncle Might, said Izuku and Hatsume in unison. Yeah. My name is Melissa Shield. I'm the daughter of David Shield, but please just call me Melissa, answered Melissa with a smile. Izuku and Hatsume had their eyes wide open since they both had no idea that they were talking to David's daughter this entire time. Why you're Professor David's daughter? Oh my gosh, I had no idea. It's nice to meet you, said Izuku. Likewise, though I wish we could have met in better terms. But Uncle Might told me that you guys wanted to meet my dad, and after all you've done for me today, I'd be more than happy to bring you guys to the lab, offered Melissa. No way, really, said Hatsume in excitement as she had stars in her eyes. Of course, replied Melissa with a smile. Thank you, Melissa. I know it's short notice and I definitely didn't want to bother the professor when he's busy, but I owed my friend here, so I really appreciate what you're doing for us," said Izuku. "No, it's definitely fine. Papa works really late in the evenings to a point where he forgets to go home, so it's up to me to make sure he doesn't pull an all-nighter and bring him home," replied Melissa with a smile. Before they could continue their conversations, Izuku moved slightly closer to Melissa to speak to her. "Also, can you please not tell Hatsume that it was All Might who arranged for all of his? I would prefer to keep that part a secret if that's all right, please," whispered Izuku. Melissa closely listened and nodded at this request. "Sure, Midoriya. I remember Uncle Might telling me that he was training a certain student under his wing. I had no idea it was you, but I'll definitely keep it a secret," whispered Hatsume as she winked at Izuku. "Anyways guys, it's actually getting pretty late. We should be able to go meet him now, if you want," said Melissa as she looked at the time. "Of course, let's go," said Hatsume. Shield Tech. On the way to David, it had already become night time. To make matters worse, it began to rain heavily. Izuku, Hatsume and Melissa all ran through the rain and got to the Shield Tech building. They all walked inside and dried themselves off before taking off their coats and hanging them on the wall. "Woo, thanks again for allowing us to visit your dad so late, Melissa," said Midoriya as he brushed off the water from his hair. "Don't worry about it, Papa's going to be finishing soon, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind meeting you guys. Here guys, use these towels and wear these," said Melissa as she passed them some towels and white lab coats. "I can't believe I'm in the Shield Tech, home to some of the greatest gadgets and creations ever made. This is where they designed the Quinjets, the fastest jets used by the American hero, Stars and Stripes. Not to mention the Iron Maidens used by the police. Oh my god, are those the new DWARFs?" said Hatsume as she continued admiring all the tech before her. "The what?" asked Izuku in confusion. "Drones wirelessly automated to retrieve forensics. These were created for covert missions and come with different tools such as cloak tech, EMP and surveillance. They were all created by," said Hatsume as she continued her appreciation for David Shield, "my father," said Melissa proudly as she pointed to the image of David on the wall, showing him receiving his award. Hatsume was awestruck at the sight of all the technology and gadgets before her eyes. In her eyes, this place was heaven. The three continued walking towards the building and got to the center where they could see the entire laboratory. Izuku looked around, but something felt off. Last time he visited it was full of staff and it was a lot brighter. "Hey Melissa, where are all the staff? They all would have left by now. However, I do remember that some of the staff were called by the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Apparently, something came up in Sokovia and they needed as many members that they could, but my dad decided to stay behind for his work. Oh, guys look, just that room up ahead is where my dad should be," said Melissa as she pointed at an office with part glass walls. "I cannot believe I'm about to meet," said Hatsume, but before she could finish her sentence, a lightning flash had appeared from the glass roof above them, catching Melissa and Hatsume off guard. They both closed their ears in fear of the thunder rumbling, and the power to the building had gone out. "Oh great, Hatsume, Melissa, are you guys okay?" asked Izuku, but he turned red as Melissa quickly held his arm because she was scared by the sudden power loss. "Sorry, Midoriya, I don't really do that well in the dark," replied Melissa as she was slightly shooken up. It's okay, don't worry about it." Hatsume, are you okay?" asked Izuku, but after a second, he could feel a hand tugging on his jacket. He turned his attention to Hatsume to see that she was shaking as well. "Why yeah, don't worry about me. I'm definitely fine," answered Hatsume nervously while her legs were shaking. Izuku sighed as tried to calm the two down. "Guys, don't worry, hold my hand, we'll head to the office together," said Izuku as he offered his hands to the two girls. They both grabbed a hand each and slowly made their way to the office. However, as he got closer to the office, he knew something was off. What's wrong, Mid?" said Melissa, but Izuku turned around and covered their mouths. "SSH, hold it guys," whispered Izuku as he could feel a sense of danger close to him. Melissa was confused at the situation, but Hatsume quickly moved Izuku's hands away from her mouth. "What was that for? You nearly suffocated us," said Hatsume in an annoyed manner. Izuku went around the corner and took a peek before turning back to the girls. "We're not alone," answered Izuku. The three looked around the corner to see two people inside David's office. They wore black outfits and night vision goggles. One of them had David tied to a chair. He was barely awake and beat up. David was wearing a white lab coat with black shirt and purple trousers. "Papa," said Melissa as she attempted to run towards him, but Izuku stopped her and pulled her back around the corner. "SSH. We have to keep quiet. We might endanger his life," said Izuku as he tried to calm down Melissa. "Midoriya is right. Let's think this rationally. Let's call the police first," said Hatsume as she pulled out her phone. Izuku looked around the corner again and tried to see what was happening. "This wasn't part of the agreement," said David weakly. "It's true, but our boss has been telling us that you've been working on a special formula, Professor. It would be wise if you just hand it over," said the first villain. "I have no idea what you are talking about," replied David. "Come now, we're not in the mood to play games, Doc. After all, you're missing a key ingredient for your experiment," said the other thief as he took out of a serum from his pocket and gently dropped a few drops on the floor. "And no, the trigger," said David as he tried to reach it, but the first thief kicked him back to the chair. "So, you do know what this is? Well then, Doc, I'd say it's time you drop the act, or else this will be painful." "Where is the formula?" threatened the first thief as he protruded a sharp weapon out of wrist and slightly pierced David's neck. "Papa," whispered Melissa as she covered her mouth with her hands and tears began to form in her eyes. Hatsume quickly took out of her phone and contacted the closest hero agency and the police while Izuku was thinking of a plan to save David. "Guys, you need to leave now," whispered Izuku. "And what about you?" asked Hatsume. "I'm gonna call a friend," answered Izuku as he reached for his bag and slowly took out the mask that Hatsume made for him. "Wah, Midoriya, don't do this. I thought you promised that you would throw this away," whispered Hatsume in frustration. "I'm sorry, I kept it just in case," said Izuku as he turned back around and saw the thief punch David once again. "Hatsume, please take Melissa out of here. I'll do what I can to save Professor David," whispered Izuku as he took out his mask, but Hatsume grabbed his hand. "No way, if you're doing this, then I'm gonna help. We're partners, remember," said Hatsume as she took out one of the web shooters even though it wasn't fully repaired. "You won't be able to use any of my special webbing, but if you use your own, it should be fine," said Hatsume as she adjusted the web shooter. Izuku took the web shooter and attached it to his right wrist. "Listen up, guys. I have a plan, but I need your help, Melissa," said Izuku as he went over to Melissa, who was crying. She slowly looked up to Izuku and saw the determination in his eyes. Melissa wiped her tears and nodded to his words. Afterwards, Izuku explained the plan and took off for a quick change. He grabbed his backpack from the entrance and wore his orange jacket inside out, which was black. He tested a few shots on the web shooter and wore his mask before web zipping towards an air vent and making his way towards David's office. "Now tell us, Doctor, where is the formula?" demanded the villain as he stuck his sharp weapon closer to his throat, but David hung his head low while keeping quiet. Seeing his resilience, the villain retracted his weapon and took a few steps away. "Fair enough, if you're not in the mood to talk. Then I guess we will just have to ask someone else, say your daughter," suggested the villain. Hearing his daughter's name, David lifted his head as surprise and struggled to break free. What did you say?" said David silently with venom in his voice. The two thieves returned their attention back to David and smiled as they realized they finally struck a nerve. "Your daughter, good doctor. Melissa Shield, goes to UA, part of the support course, comes to pick you up every night to make sure you don't work too hard. I think she might be more willing to answer about what you've been working on," said the villain as he quoted Melissa's words to David. Hearing this, it made David's blood boil because it meant that these people have been spying on him and his family this entire time. He grit his teeth and struggled to break free as the villains watched his pathetic attempt. David knew he had no choice since he didn't want to endanger his daughter or let her know what he had been working on. It's in that container on the left, confessed David as he hung his head low. The two thieves turned their attention to a spherical container on the left side of the room. One of them made their way to the container and lifted the lid to reveal 8 tubes of green fluid. Jackpot. I'm assuming this is what I think it is, said the villain as he took out one of the tubes and inspected it. Yes, that's what I've been working on. But it's not complete, it's still too dangerous, said David nervously. Has it been tested? Asked the villain. Of course not. There's no way that the government would allow for this to be tested on any kind of test subject. The results could be detrimental or worse, fatal, replied David with frustration since the villains had no idea what they were messing with. The villain smiled as he saw a syringe on the side of the table and took out a tube of trigger in his pocket. He went over to the syringe and half filled it with the green fluid and the other half with trigger before tossing both of the half-empty tubes under the table. Well then, Doc, I'd say you've just found your first test subject. David began shaking as he saw the villain slowly walk towards him with the combined serum in his hand. What are you? Said David in fear, but the villain stabbed his neck with the syringe and slowly injected it into his body. David squirmed as he could feel the serum entering his body and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Once it was empty, David stopped moving and silently hung his head low. And now we wait, said the villain as he tossed the syringe away. What have you done? Said David weakly as he began shaking on his chair. I was expecting a quicker result, said the villain as he grabbed David's hair and yanked it back to reveal his face, sweating profusely and shaking. Upon a closer look, David grit his teeth as his pupils became slit, surprising the villain. The villain let go of David and took a few steps back in fear of what he had just seen, fearing what he might have just unleashed. What the foo? Now, watch the mouth, this is a non-cursing zone, said Izuku as he web-zipped from the air vent and kicked the villain's head. His spider sense activated as he turned around to see the second villain shoot poison from his fingertip. Izuku jumped out of the way and stuck himself to the side of the wall. He looked back to desk and saw how the poison was eating away the wood. Yikes, that's scary. Let me guess, your favorite song is Poison by Alice Cooper, right? Joked Izuku only to irritate the thief further. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Are you a hero? Asked the poison villain as he continued firing more poison fluid towards Izuku. Izuku bounced from wall to dodge the incoming attack. Afterwards, he jumped from one side of the room to the other, but midway, he turned his web shooter to setting 3 and fired a web blast towards the poison villain to block his sight. Why, I'm the friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man, said Izuku as he front flipped towards the floor from the wall and landing perfectly in front of David. Seriously guys, have you noticed the time? Visiting hours are over, so if you would like to kindly make your way towards the exit, that would be, said Izuku, only to be greeted by a sharp object flying towards him. Izuku quickly twisted his torso and watched as that weapon cracked into the wall of the office. He turned back to see the first thief stand back up while the poison villain tore off the webbing from his mask. 2 against 1, I like those odds. Who am I, kidding? I'm in trouble, thought Izuku as he tried to put on a brave face to lighten the situation, but having 2 dangerous villains in front and an unconscious David behind him, it was certainly going to be tricky. Izuku jumped forward and fired 2 web lines towards 2 of the villains' legs, pulling the web line in the air which caused them to fall. Upon landing, the poison thug used his hands to shoot poison towards Izuku. Seriously, what kind of mushrooms have you been eating? Asked Izuku as he continued dodging. He quickly web-lined a desk and using his strength, he threw it towards the villain shooting poison, slamming him into the wall and knocking him out. Right after, Izuku's spider sense alerted him of danger from his left as he backflipped to dodge 2 projectiles. He looked over to the wall to see what he dodged. It was 2 sharp bone spikes. Returning his attention to the shooter, he saw the man produce bone spikes from his wrists before grabbing them. Okay, that's just gross. Cool but gross, said Izuku. The villain began throwing the bone spike with precision towards Izuku, but luckily, he managed to web swing out of the way to dodge the attack. Upon landing on the floor, Izuku picked up a thick metal tray. As the villain ran towards Izuku, he continued shooting more spike towards him, but Izuku deflected the spikes using his makeshift shield. "And what's your name, Spike?" "Bone Saw," said Izuku as he deflected 2 more spikes. Izuku then jumped up to the air and threw the tray to his right, which caught the villain off guard since he didn't know where Izuku was aiming. But little did he know, there was a thin web line attached to the metal tray. He pulled the web line, which caused it to rotate towards the villain and slam directly on his head. "Bullseye. Now guys," said Izuku as he webbed the spike-creating villain to the ground. Right after, Hatsume and Melissa ran into the office and freed David. Melissa saw how David was breathing heavily and placed her hand on his forehead. "Oh no, he has a fever," said Melissa. "Let's get him out of here," said Hatsume. A moment later, the poison villain took off his mask and revealed his square-shaped face with a scar above his right eye. Before Melissa and Hatsume could take David out of the office, the poison villain grabbed Melissa by her lab coat and grabbed her by the neck. Izuku and Hatsume turned to the villain and tried to move forward, but the villain squeezed Melissa's neck. "Stand back. Make one move and I'll burn her neck," threatened the villain, causing both Izuku and Hatsume to freeze. "Oh okay, we won't move, just don't hurt her," said Izuku as he lifted his hands into the air to surrender. David continued breathing heavily as he lifted his head to see what was going on. His vision was still blurry, but he could faintly make out Melissa's figure and saw how she was caught in a hostage situation. Melissa," said David as he slowly focused his vision to see Melissa crying as she was struggling to breathe due to the poison villain's grip. David's eyes once again turned slit and he let go of Hatsume, surprising both Izuku and Hatsume. David charged towards the villain as he became more feral and his blue pupils turned red. "Let my daughter go," roared David as he lunged towards the poison villain and grabbed him by the waist. The villain let go of Melissa and fell back to the shadow alongside David. Melissa fell to her knees and started coughing as she tried her best to breathe. "Melissa," said Izuku and Hatsume as they both ran to her and knelt down to help her stand. Izuku quickly turned his attention back to the shadow and got ready to help David, but as the storm grew worse, another lightning flash revealed David sitting on top of the villain and continuously punching his face for endangering his daughter. Izuku, Hatsume and Melissa just watched as they saw David punching the villain. However, things only got worse as David stopped moving and let out a loud yell which echoed throughout the building. Like a comic panel, one lightning flash after another, they slowly watched as David began to mutate. From the first flash, the trio watched as David's skin slowly began turning a dark shade of green, scales covering his body and his hair beginning to fall off. His body began expanding, causing his shoes to rip off and the end of his trousers to tear, revealing his large lizard-like feet with sharp claws. The second flash revealed David grabbing his head since his entire body was in pain. He flailed his arms about as they grew too big for his lab coat sleeves, showing off his green muscular arms with sharp nails. Even his shirt tore slightly, which revealed his muscular chest. Finally, with the third lightning flash, through his trousers, a long tail tore itself out behind him and his head became more dinosaur-like as his mouth began protruding into a snout as sharp teeth grew out. As the storm finally calmed down, Izuku, Hatsume and Melissa fell silent as they watched the horror right before them. The poison villain slowly tried to crawl out of the shadow, revealing his bloodied face to the three as he used the last of his strength to reach to Izuku. Please, help him," begged the villain. However, before he could finish his sentence, he let out a bone-chilling scream as he was dragged back into the shadow, and it was followed up by a large crunch noise. The three were all shaking on the spot, unable to move as they were shaken to the core. Afterwards, from the shadow 2 red eyes began glowing. The clouds began to slowly move apart, which allowed the moonlight to fully reveal David to the three. But before them no longer stood an intelligent scientist or a human, instead it was a green 7-foot scaly monster, blood covering his mouth and sharp teeth, wearing a torn lab coat and black shorts. The Lizard. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.